Chapter 131. There were 36 secondary mirrors of the maze mirror in the palace. Just now, one of them happened to reflect the scene at Xianxia's place. Therefore, everyone present saw this scene. Some of the officials present might not know Xianxia, but after hearing the explanation of others, they looked like they were waiting to watch a good show. They knew about the discord between the two inspectors. Ouyang Ming and Tianjin are not on good terms. Now that Tianjin's son is dead, will he fight with Ouyang Ming directly? I don't think so. This is the palace. No matter how bold Tianjin is, he won't dare to blaspheme the emperor's prestige. Ha, I'm dying of laughter. My son is dead, but I don't even dare to fart. What can he do? Although the emperor didn't notice it, he might be watching in the dark. Besides, there are several great guardians of the imperial family here. If Tianjin dares to make a move, he will definitely die. Even the Tian family can't protect him. Some ministers were whispering to each other. Their voices also fell into Tianjin's ears. At this time, if they were outside the imperial city, he would definitely fight to the death with Ouyang Ming. Unfortunately, this was the palace. This was the place where civil and military officials held court. Even if he had 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to make a move here. Ouyang Ming, good, you're very good. Let's wait and see. I hope you won't be a coward. After Tianjin said a few harsh words, he left. Now that he couldn't avenge his son, what was the point of staying here? On the other hand, Ouyang Ming was in a bad mood when he saw Tianjin's exasperated look. Previously, every time Tianjin saw him, he would mock him coldly. All these years of resentment had been accumulating in his heart. It wouldn't be long before he could take revenge. Ouyang Ming, that young man was recommended by you? After Tianjin left, there were also some people who came forward. Yes, his name is Xian. He's a genius that I discovered by chance. Ouyang Ming said respectfully. Although he was an inspector, the officials here were higher than him, and there were many more people who were stronger than him. Not bad, not bad. I like him. Remember to introduce him to me after this competition. Come on, maybe the emperor will take a fancy to her. Sigh, don't say it out loud. Inside the maze mirror. This time, Xian had profited greatly. Not only had he broken through to the true spirit realm, but he had also obtained many devouring points. He had even upgraded his 100 Beasts bloodline and Wind-Seeking Leopard bloodline to the intermediate level. If he were to purchase the 100 Beasts bloodline directly, he would need 5,000 devouring points. Not only that, but he also obtained points from the competition. Xian did a quick count. Those people had a total of about 2 million points. That small berserk black bear had a total of 1 million points. What shocked Xian the most was the large berserk black bear. He had a total of 10 million points in his token. What did 10 million points mean? That was 100 low-grade crystals. If Xian had devoured 100 low-grade crystals, he would have been able to obtain 10,000 devouring points. Unfortunately, the competition was not over yet, so he could not redeem them. He swallowed the points and quickly ran in front of a ranking stone tablet. Sure enough, the first place had already been changed. First place, Xian, 13 million points. Xian did not pay much attention to the small number of points behind him. Ah, I'm first. The imperial capital's 6 geniuses are all trash in front of me. Xian laughed in his heart. He looked down and found that the second place, Xianxia, the son of the National Protector General, had also reached 3 million points. Looks like you killed a spiritual beast as well. But can you kill a spiritual beast at the middle stage of the true spirit realm? Xian asked in his heart. For a genius who had reached the true spirit realm in his early 20s, it was not difficult for him to defeat a spiritual beast of the same level. However, it would be difficult for him to defeat a spiritual beast of a higher level. At this moment, Xian desperately wanted to find another middle stage true spirit realm spiritual beast. What should I do? Right now, Xian had already broken through to the true spirit level and his points were as high as 10 million, so he directly found a place to rest. He had spent 1,000 devouring points to upgrade the Wind-Chasing Leopard bloodline to the middle stage. Now that he had 4,000 points, he wanted to get some more bloodlines to play with. The 100-flower bloodline is cheaper. I'll spend another 1,000 points to upgrade it to the middle stage. Yi Xian thought to himself in a cave. After upgrading the 100-flower bloodline to the middle stage, not only was he immune to more poisons, but his recovery ability was also stronger. He tested it himself and cut open his wrist. After a while, the blood coagulated and the wound began to heal. In the end, there was not even a scar left. It's really a powerful bloodline. If I upgrade it to the middle stage, I won't need to use healing pills in the future. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly turned his attention to other bloodlines. If the treasure-hunting deer bloodline is upgraded to the middle stage, it can expand its sensing range and collect heaven and earth treasures. Upgrading the swordsman bloodline to the middle stage swordsman bloodline requires 5,000 devouring points. I don't have enough points now, so I can only upgrade the archer bloodline temporarily to find other contestants. Thinking of this, Yi Xian decided to upgrade the archer bloodline first. However, this bloodline was really expensive. He spent 3,000 devouring points in one go. After that, he became a pauper again, with only a dozen devouring points left. Ding! The archer bloodline fusion is successful. When the system notification sounded, Yi Xian could not help but look over. After the upgrade of the archer bloodline, his vision increased tremendously. It was like a celestial telescope. Found it! Yi Xian's eyes suddenly lit up and shot out. Using his supervision, he immediately found a moving figure. Middle stage 100 beasts bloodline, middle stage wind-chasing leopard bloodline, spiritual level green lotus steps, and early stage true spirit realm. These factors made Yi Xian's speed surpass everyone in the maze mirror. Then he directly stopped the warrior who was moving at high speed. However, when he saw the warrior's face, he was slightly surprised. It was another familiar face. The warrior in front of him was the son of the second-rank prince of the southern forest, Deng Yang, who came to participate in the imperial capital tournament with him. However, Yi Xian couldn't be bothered to waste his breath on him. Right now, a minute of his time was precious, so he directly said, "Deng Yang, I'll give you 5 seconds to consider. Hand over the token and all the treasures." Deng Yang did not know how Yi Xian appeared in front of him. Previously, he was indeed a little afraid of Yi Xian, but now, he was no longer afraid. Chapter 132. Because of me. Yi Xian smiled faintly. You really don't know your place. How dare a country bumpkin talk to me like that? Deng Yang said coldly. This was the first time he had spoken to Yi Xian in the past 2 months because he looked down on Yi Xian. However, since Yi Xian had come knocking on his door today, he didn't mind teaching Yi Xian a lesson. At this moment, he was thinking that if Yi Xian didn't know how to appreciate his kindness, then he would kill Yi Xian. You're just the son of the Duke. What's there to be arrogant about? 5 seconds have passed. Are you going to hand it over or not? Yi Xian continued. Go to hell. Deng Yang was enraged. He pulled out his spiritual artifact sword and stabbed at Yi Xian. Clang. However, his attack didn't hit Yi Xian. Instead, it hit a lotus flower. This lotus flower enveloped Yi Xian's entire body. A defensive martial art? Deng Yang was shocked. This type of martial art was very rare. However, in the next moment, he was completely shocked. No, this isn't spiritual energy. This is true spirit. Impossible, how can it be true spirit? He exclaimed. He grew up beside a true spirit realm expert, so he was very familiar with true spirits. The pressure he felt at this moment was almost exactly the same as the pressure his father released. Yi Xian had indeed exceeded the range of spiritual energy. That's right, it's true spirit. Now, you should hand it over, right? Yi Xian didn't move. He just looked at Deng Yang quietly. Impossible, this is impossible. The competition just started and you broke through from mid-stage 10th realm to true spirit realm. Deng Yang couldn't believe it. However, just as he finished speaking, he suddenly remembered that when he first met Yi Xian, he was only at the peak of 9th realm. To break through from the peak of 9th realm to true spirit realm in 2 months was definitely unprecedented. You can break through, but I can't? Cut the crap. My time is precious. Are you going to give it to me or not? Yi Xian glared at him. You dare touch me? My father is... Before Deng Yang could finish his sentence, he was sent flying. Do you think I'll be worse than your father after the competition? Yi Xian's ice-cold voice entered Deng Yang's ears, causing him to tremble. A 16-year-old true spirit realm martial artist, only the true energy realm martial artist from 8 years ago could compare to him. His father, on the other hand, was merely a lowly royal prince. When he saw Yi Xian after the competition, he would most likely have to greet him respectfully. Even if Yi Xian killed him now, his father would not be able to avenge him. Deng Yang was also a smart person. He immediately made a decision and threw the token over, as well as the treasures he had taken. And your spiritual treasure sword. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. This guy actually wanted to leave out this weapon. He was really courting death. Deng Yang gritted his teeth and threw the treasured sword in his hand over. Now, he had nothing on him. You're smart. Yi Xian snorted coldly and swallowed these items in front of Deng Yang. Interspatial ring? Deng Yang was shocked again. It seemed that Yi Xian was not as simple as a disciple of the Shattering Cloud sect. Could it be that he was a disciple of a big family in the Imperial City and had gone to the Shattering Cloud sect to experience life under an alias? Goodbye. While he was thinking, Yi Xian had already disappeared. He's the son of a royal prince. He only has 200,000 points. Yi Xian thought to himself as he ran. However, 200,000 points could be exchanged for 2 lower-grade crystals after the competition. This was not bad. In the following time, Yi Xian wandered around and his points soared rapidly. However, his actions also caused an enormous commotion. Regardless of whether it was outside the bewildering mirror or inside the bewildering mirror. As time passed, the number of contestants in the maze void mirror continued to decrease. On the 7th day, there were only 1,000 contestants left. In these 7 days, the rankings had undergone a huge change. However, no one could shake the first place. First place, Yi Xian, 53 million points. Second place, Xianxia, 14 million points. Third place, Li Xiaolon, 12 million points. Fourth place, Zhao Pan, 11 million points. 10th place, Tian Ming, 9,600,000 points. Yi Xian's points were almost half of the total points of the previous 19 contestants. Not only that, but the contestants' realms had also increased significantly in these 7 days. In addition to the previous 6 geniuses, there were also a few new true spirit realm experts. Among them were Tian Ming and Zhao Pan. Now, Yi Xian could confirm that Zhao Pan, who was 4th on the rankings, was the Zhao Pan he knew. This was because he had met someone who had been robbed by Zhao Pan. According to that person's description, Zhao Pan was an extremely fat person. Therefore, Yi Xian could confirm that the 2 Zhao Pans were the same person. In other words, this Zhao Pan had also broken through to the true spirit realm. At this time, on a mountain peak, a young man was standing at the edge of a cliff, looking out. This young man was Yi Xian. Now that the number of contestants in the maze mirror had decreased to less than 1,000, and most of the treasures had been harvested, his speed had unknowingly slowed down. There's a small group battle over there. Is it the Tian family? At this time, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. He noticed several people and they were all wearing the same clothes. They were the imperial capital's Tian family disciples. He saw that 6 Tian family disciples were circling around a large python, while on the other side, there was another person fighting with another large python. Tian Ming. Yi Xian recognized the person fighting the other giant python at a glance. It was the Tian family's number 1 genius, Tian Ming. Not only that, he had also seen one of the 6 people before. It was Tian Xiong's twin brother, Tian Ying. Since we've gathered together, I'll kill you all at once. Yi Xian's eyes flashed, and he directly jumped off the cliff. One must know that this cliff was more than 50 meters high. However, when he landed on the ground, he landed on both feet. This was the hiding effect of the wind-chasing leopard after reaching the intermediate level. Even if he jumped from a high place, he would not be injured, as long as he was not more than 100 meters away. After landing on the ground, he quickly dashed in a certain direction. He estimated that he should be about 2 kilometers away from the Tian family. At the same time, 2 kilometers away. Everyone, work harder. We just need to wait for Tianming to finish off the fire python, a tall young man shouted. He was Tianming. The one in front of them was a huge white python. When it opened its big mouth, it could definitely swallow a strong man. However, the other 5 were all in the middle stage of the 10th realm of martial path, so they were having a hard time. However, right at that moment, a figure suddenly flashed out. Chapter 133. When a Tian family warrior saw him, he hurriedly shouted, "Brother, come and help. If you can kill this spirit beast, I'll give you some points." When he heard this, Yixian smiled. It was already good enough that he didn't make a move to cause trouble, but now he wanted to help? Tianming also noticed Yixian, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he took advantage of the time when the python was attacking the others to slash at Yixian. The slash tore through the air and was extremely fast. An ordinary person wouldn't have been able to react in time. However, Tianming was still a martial artist and used spiritual power. His attack couldn't break through Yixian's lotus armor at all. The sharp slash hit the lotus armor and was instantly dispersed by the true spirit. Tianming was shocked. His attack could break through the python scales, but it couldn't break through Yixian's defense? Good fellow, I didn't even say a word and you want to kill me. I wanted to watch a good show, but since you want to die, then go ahead. Yixian suddenly summoned the water splitter sword and instantly appeared in front of Tianming. Then he stabbed with his sword. Myriad Flower Sword, 2nd level. This sword split into 36 blades. Tianming only saw the white light flash a few times in front of her before she fell backwards. His body had been turned into a sieve. His heart and brain had been pierced by several blades, and even his neck had been cut open. Blood splattered everywhere. A martial artist at the peak of the 10th realm was killed in one strike. When this scene fell into the eyes of the other 5, they had already forgotten to attack. The 5 of you die too. Yixian suddenly stabbed out a few times, and over 100 sharp lights shot towards the 5 martial artists at the middle of the 10th level of the martial Dao. At this speed, even Tianming couldn't dodge, let alone the others. Plop. Plop. The 5 of them fell one after another, dying on the spot. At this moment, only Yixian and the white python were left in the vicinity. The moment Yixian killed the 5 people, the white python opened its mouth wide and bit at Yixian. Lotus armor. Yixian did not dodge. Instead, he activated his true spirit to form a giant lotus flower that enveloped his entire body. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page, enter. The white python's mouth was blocked by the lotus formed by the true spirit, so it couldn't hurt Yixian. Helpless, it could only twist its body and use its tail to whip Yixian to death. Clang. The lotus armor blocked the attack once again. As expected of a spirit-level martial art. Combined with the true spirit, its defense is so strong that it's off the charts. Yixian thought to himself. Now that he had some understanding of his own defense, it was time to kill this giant python. Hit the snake where it hurts. Yixian calculated for a moment, then dashed to the side and took out his golden eagle bow. Sharpshooter. The spirit arrow pierced through the white python's scales and pierced through its 3-meter-thick body. The snake's heart was at its 7 inches. If the heart was torn apart by the spiritual arrow, even a god would die. Plop. The white python's proud head fell to the ground. A spiritual beast was killed in seconds. If someone was present, they would be so shocked that they would stuff an egg into their mouth. At this moment, the battle in the distance stopped. Oh, Tianming's battle is also over? Yixian murmured. He didn't know if Tianming killed the red python or vice versa. But in the next moment, Yixian knew that Tianming won because he heard footsteps. Soon, a figure came into Yixian's sight. It was the number 1 genius of the Tian family, Tianming. It is said that Tianming has also broken through to the true spirit realm. What a pity! Yixian shook his head in his heart. Tianming was a member of the Tian family. Since he met Tianming could only die. Tianming's body was dirty. Obviously, he had a great battle. After he appeared, he saw the corpses on the ground and was shocked. When he saw Yixian's face, he was even more shocked. "It's you?" Tianming exclaimed. How could he not know Yixian? It's me. Yi Xian smiled slightly. It's you? You killed them? Tian Ming looked at the corpses on the ground in surprise. Yi Xian nodded directly. Yes, I killed all 6 of them, including this ice python. When he finished speaking, he saw that Yi Xian had turned around. Tian Ming's eyes were filled with fear. Since Yi Xian could kill a spiritual beast, it proved that Yi Xian's strength was enough to threaten him. You dare to kill a member of the Tian family. You are quite bold. Tian Ming walked out slowly. He found that the dead ice python was not seriously injured. It should have been caused by Tian Ming and the others. But when he saw the bloody hole at the ice python's 7 inches, he was shocked. He killed a spiritual beast with strong defense in 1 second? What he just dealt with was a fire python. The fire python and the ice python were twin spiritual beasts. They were born together. However, between the ice python and the fire python, the former's defense was stronger than the latter's, and the latter's attack was stronger than the former's. But Yi Xian could kill the ice python in 1 second. Even Tian Ming could only look up to him. Not long after the competition started, I killed Tian Xiong from your Tian family. Oh, and that one called Tian Chao. Since we have already formed a grudge, what's the harm in killing a few more? Yi Xian said slowly. Tian Xiong, Tian Chao? Tian Ming murmured in his heart. It didn't matter if Tian Xiong died, but Tian Chao was Tian Jin's son. Yi Xian was really bold. Who the hell are you? Tian Ming shouted. Hearing this question, Yi Xian grinned and said, I think you've seen my name before. Remember, I'm Yi Xian. I'm the one who will kill you. As soon as he finished speaking, he dashed out, leaving behind an afterimage. He was so fast that even Tian Ming could not react. So fast. Just as Tian Ming exclaimed in his heart, Yi Xian had already arrived in front of him. In an instant, dozens of sharp lights flashed, and his neck was instantly cut open. Blood gushed out from his heart like a fountain. He could not believe that he was killed by a person in the early stage of the true spirit realm. Only then did he realize that Yi Xian was the one who ranked first on the leaderboard. Looking at Tian Ming's corpse, Yi Xian stood quietly for a while. From now on, there was one less true spirit realm expert in the maze mirror. Immediately, he began to count the spoils of war. Tian Ying and Tian Ming were both geniuses of the Tian family, so they both had a spiritual weapon. As a result, Yi Xian had a considerable amount of spiritual energy. However, this was just the tip of the iceberg. What made Yi Xian ecstatic was their competition points. Tian Ming originally had more than 9 million points, Tian Ying had 2 million points, and the rest added up to about 1 million points. This time, Yi Xian's points skyrocketed by more than 10 million points. But this was not the end, because there were still 2 spirit beast corpses that had not been devoured. End of chapter. Chapter 134. Ding. The host has devoured a spirit beast corpse. 100 devouring points have been awarded. Ding. The host has devoured a spirit beast's inner core. 500 devouring points have been awarded. 1 spirit beast's corpse was worth 600 devouring points. 2 of them would be 1,200 devouring points. Adding the gains from the past few days, Yi Xian's devouring points had reached 5,000. The imperial capital competition was not in vain. He immediately upgraded his swordsman bloodline to an intermediate swordsman bloodline and spent 5,000 devouring points. The swordsman bloodline fusion is successful. The host has comprehended the 3rd level of the myriad flower sword technique. What? The swordsman bloodline does not have a spiritual level martial skill? Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. However, the swordsman bloodline was not bad. After the fusion, he directly comprehended the 3rd level of the myriad flower sword technique. Now, the myriad flower sword could directly divide into 72 blades to attack the enemy. Even an expert at the intermediate true spirit realm might not be able to withstand it. Adding in various factors, Yi Xian was confident to fight with a martial artist at the peak of the true spirit realm. Unfortunately, there was no such thing in the maze mirror. However, what Yi Xian did not know was that his actions were all reflected in a secondary mirror. Everyone in the imperial palace and outside the imperial city saw it clearly. At the same time, in the imperial palace of the mystic Sun Empire. This kid is too strong. In just 7 days, he obtained more than 60 million devouring points. He even killed Tian Ming, who broke through to the true spirit realm. Is he still human? Genius, he is a super genius. He can even be compared with that lord. That's right, a 16-year-old in the true spirit realm. Give him 12 years and he will definitely break through to the true energy realm. After the competition, I will take him as my adopted son. Are you kidding? The emperor did not say anything. How dare you? All of a sudden, all of the officials turned to look at Yangming. At this moment, Yangming could no longer conceal his emotions, and he burst out laughing. On the other side, Tianjin was lifeless and his face was ashen. No one dared to approach him. Now that the 3 elites of the Tian family had died at the hands of Yi Xian, the Tian family probably wouldn't be able to achieve much in the next few years. Damn it, to think that I nurtured him so much. I didn't expect him to be such a piece of trash and be instantly killed by that brat. Tianjin cursed in his heart. Just as everyone was shocked by the origin of the first place on the scoreboard, a voice suddenly rang out in the sky above the perplexing mirror. The number of participants has dropped to 1,000. Everyone, please arrive at the purple pillar of light within 3 days. The second stage of the Imperial Capital Tournament will begin soon. This voice entered everyone's ears. Not only did the people in the maze mirror hear it, even the people outside the Imperial City and inside the Imperial Palace heard it. The first stage of the competition had ended? What's going on? Isn't the first stage supposed to last for a month? It's only been 10 days. This should be the Emperor's idea. Could it be that the Imperial family is afraid that too many geniuses will die? It's possible, but there will definitely be a lot of people gathering at the light pillar. This will definitely cause a lot of chaos. Everyone was puzzled. Even Yi Xian was puzzled. However, before he left the light pillar, he could still loot it. Since he had to go to the light pillar, he would wait at the light pillar and enter at the end. He directly leaped onto a tree and looked around. As expected, he saw the so-called purple light pillar on the horizon. However, there wasn't just one light pillar. He could see 3 of them right now. It seems like I can only choose one place to wait, Yi Xian thought to himself as he walked toward one of the purple light pillars. With his speed, he would be able to reach the nearest purple light pillar in less than half an hour. However, when he got closer, he realized that there was a maze mirror under the light pillar. Next to the maze mirror stood a purple-clothed person. It was the same person who stood on the city wall before the competition. The purple-clothed person also noticed Yi Xian and said, "You can choose to leave or continue to stay in the maze mirror." "I won't leave first," Yi Xian said as he hid in a tree. With the help of the shadow leopard bloodline, he hid and waited for someone to come. The purple-clothed middle-aged man looked at Yi Xian in shock. If he didn't look carefully, he would have a hard time discovering Yi Xian. As expected of the first place on the rankings. "You have some tricks up your sleeve," the purple-clothed person sighed. "Sir, I would like to hide for a while. Please don't talk to me first." A faint voice came from the side. The purple-clothed person smiled bitterly and stood there quietly. Not long after, other people finally arrived. However, this time, there were 2 of them. The 2 of them were quite strong. They were both at the peak of the 10th realm of the martial path. Moreover, they coveted each other's points, so they fought. In the end, one of them was killed, and the other obtained all the points. However, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Just as he was about to leave, Yi Xian suddenly jumped out and kicked him away, stealing all the points. For the next 2 days, Yi Xian did the same. He directly robbed dozens of cultivators. His points soared to 70 million. However, on the 3rd day, when the time was almost up, a fat figure suddenly entered Yi Xian's sight. Yi Xian felt that the figure was familiar. It turned out to be Zhao Pan, whom he had met once before. After seeing Zhao Pan, Yi Xian directly jumped down. When Zhao Pan heard the footsteps, he also looked over. When he saw that the person was Yi Xian, he immediately smiled and said, "Hey, Brother Yi, it's you. Brother Fatty is really good at timing." Yi Xian walked over with a smile. Although he had only met Zhao Pan once, and this was the 2nd time, the latter gave him a good impression. After all, he had mentioned some things. However, Yi Xian was also hesitating because Zhao Pan had a lot of points. He was wondering if he should rob Zhao Pan. It seems that Brother Yi is waiting here. Could it be that Brother Yi wants to rob me too? Zhao Pan's face twitched. Forget it. Yi Xian shook his head. He originally had this idea, but after seeing the serious expression on the purple-robed man's face, he immediately gave up. The purple-robed man's nerves were already tense. Although he was standing there like a statue, Yi Xian could feel that he could make a move at any time. The purple-robed man was most likely worried that Yi Xian would make a move on Zhao Pan. It seems that Zhao Pan's identity is not ordinary. Thinking of this, Yi Xian decided to forget it and walked over. Seeing Yi Xian slowly walking towards him, Zhao Pan asked with a smile, "Brother Fatty, I didn't see when I came over. May I know how many points Brother Yi has?" 71 million. Yi Xian answered honestly. End of chapter. Chapter 135. You're truly amazing. In just 10 short days, you managed to reach the true spirit realm from mid-stage 10th realm. My points aren't even half of yours. Zhao Pan said helplessly. Fatty bro, you're not bad either. There are many people stuck at the peak of the 10th realm, Yi Xian said with a smile. Let's go. Today is the last day. I'm afraid there aren't many people left in the perplexing mirror. Zhao Pan said as he led the way. Yi Xian followed behind him. After passing through the perplexing mirror, Yi Xian returned to the imperial city. Following that, someone came to lead him and Zhao Pan away and arranged for them to stay in the imperial palace. The second stage of the competition is in 3 days. I can't even leave these 3 days. What a scam. Yi Xian said helplessly in his own courtyard. By now, almost everyone had left the perplexing mirror and been given a place to stay. Furthermore, all of them were very protective of their identity medallions because they were filled with money. Outside the courtyard, experts were constantly patrolling. There were even a few participants who gave up. After all, some of them didn't have the confidence to enter the top 100. They might as well give up and find a good position. However, just as Yi Xian settled down, someone came to visit him. He found it strange because the officials weren't allowed to see the participants before the competition ended. When he opened the door, he saw that the person standing outside was none other than Zhao Pan. Why are you here? Aren't participants not allowed to see each other? Yi Xian said in surprise. Hee, I'm an exception. Zhao Pan laughed and squeezed in. Now, Yi Xian was certain that Zhao Pan was related to the imperial palace. He might even be the son of one of the imperial palace's consecrators. Fatty bro, why are you looking for me? Yi Xian didn't think too much and asked directly. After Zhao Pan entered, he sat down on the stone chair and said, I'm here to tell you something. What? Yi Xian didn't react in time. This. Zhao Pan hesitated for a moment before slowly saying, I told you before that there was a true energy realm expert called Yi Chong who won first place in the competition 8 years ago. Do you remember? Hearing this, Yi Xian couldn't help but narrow his eyes and said, I remember. He had been wondering if this Yi Chong was his father. It was his father. However, when Zhao Pan asked this question, he was also a bit surprised. Could it be that Yi Chong was really his father? What if I told you that this Yi Chong came from Lianyun City in Nanlin County? Zhao Pan suddenly said with a smile that was not a smile. Boom. This news, Yi Xian was dumbfounded. Was this 28-year-old true element boundary cultivator really his father? Fatty bro, how do you know? Yi Xian asked in surprise. Let me reintroduce myself. Zhao Pan suddenly stood up. I am Zhao Pan, Profound Sun Empire's crown prince. As expected. After hearing this, Yi Xian muttered in his heart. This Zhao Pan really wasn't an ordinary person. Wait a minute. Crown Prince. Yi Xian suddenly exclaimed. That's right, Crown Prince. In other words, Yi Chong is my master. Ayaya, when I saw you back then, I immediately recognized you. You're practically carved from the same mold as master. Zhao Pan suddenly shook his muscles and giggled. Yi Xian was helpless. It was one thing for the Crown Prince to participate in the competition, but why was he such a fat Crown Prince? This wasn't right. I'm sure you have a lot of questions. Don't worry, Sit down and let's talk. Zhao Pan gestured for Yi Xian to sit down. Yi Xian didn't dare. He quickly cupped his fists and said, "Greetings, Your Highness." "AI, don't be so polite. Your father is my master. We're family. I'm 2 years older than you, so you can call me Brother Fatty. It's more intimate." Zhao Pan continued to smile. After his reminder, Yi Xian felt that it made sense. If his father was really the crown prince's master, then his identity was extraordinary. Yi Xian didn't argue and sat down. However, after sitting down, he didn't know what to ask. 8 years ago, your father participated in the Imperial Capital competition and won first place with the strength of the true energy boundary. After that, my father asked him to teach me. However, after teaching me for a while, he left directly. However, before he left, he entrusted a few things to me. In fact, he couldn't let go of his family, so my father sent an expert to protect the Yi family. When the Shattering Cloud sect's elders suddenly attacked the Yi family, he was killed by my imperial family's consecrated. There was also a group of guards from the city. Zhao Pan slowly finished. Now Yi Xian suddenly understood. So that expert was actually a consecrated of the imperial family. No wonder no one could discover him. He was probably at least a true spirit realm cultivator. Then where did my father go? Yi Xian continued to ask. I really don't know. Even my father doesn't know. However, he left a letter for you. However, he requested for us to see you. In other words, you have to appear in the imperial capital before we can hand this letter to you. As Zhao Pan spoke, he suddenly produced a letter from his cosmos ring. Yi Xian gently opened the letter. The handwriting on the letter was vigorous and vigorous. It could be described as a dragon flying and a phoenix dancing, but Yi Xian could still understand it. Xianer, if you see this letter, it means that you've come to the imperial capital and come into contact with the imperial family. When you see this letter, I don't know how many years I've been away from the family. You must want to ask, where did I go? I can tell you that I actually went to look for your mother. When you were young, I told you that your mother had passed away, but that was a lie. Your mother is still alive, but she's very far away from us. But I won't tell you where I went unless you can grow to a certain level. Perhaps you're still at the 10th level of the martial path, or perhaps you've broken through to the true spirit realm. If you've broken through to the true spirit realm, then condense your true spirit in front of your eyes and read this letter. After reading this letter, Yi Xian immediately circulated his true spirit energy and condensed it in front of his eyes. After that, he was shocked to find out that there were other words on the letter. Second letter. How is this possible? These words are written with true spirit energy. No, this isn't true spirit energy. If it was true spirit energy, how could I not sense it? I have the bloodline of the treasure-hunting deer. Yi Xian was shocked, but he didn't think too much about it. He just continued reading. If you can read this letter, it means you've broken through to the true spirit realm. But, let me tell you, the path of cultivation is very long, and the true spirit realm is just the beginning. There's still the true origin realm, true profound realm, and the divine core realm. But, even if you've broken through to the divine core realm, I'm afraid you still won't be able to see me. Because, when I wrote this letter, I had already surpassed the divine core realm, and reached a realm that you can't even imagine. If you want to find me, then keep becoming stronger. After that, leave the profound Sun Empire and go to the Soaring Heaven Mansion to find someone called Lin Wenyue. End of chapter. Chapter 136. When Yi Xian finished reading, he felt his qi and blood boiling. His father was so incredible. He had never even heard of a divine core warrior, but his father had already surpassed the divine core realm. This didn't make sense. Yi Xian, what did master say? Zhao Pan asked curiously. Yi Xian replied, Father went to look for my mother, I don't know where she is. But he asked me to go to Soaring Firmament Mansion and find someone. Fatty bro, do you know where Soaring Firmament Mansion is? Soaring Firmament Mansion? Hearing this name, Zhao Pan's fat face trembled. He cried out in surprise, Master asked you to go to Soaring Firmament Mansion? That's right, I think it's outside of the profound Sun Empire, where is it? Yi Xian asked curiously. Soaring Firmament Mansion is not a name, it's a power that is countless times stronger than the profound Sun Empire. Zhao Pan explained. Countless times? Isn't that a bit too much? Yi Xian raised his brows. Zhao Pan shook his head and said, it's not an exaggeration. We are currently in the eastern region, and there are hundreds of empires in the eastern region. They are further divided into low rank, mid rank, high rank, and dynasty. If I remember correctly, our profound Sun Empire is just a low-rank empire. Yi Xian said. Zhao Pan nodded his head. That's right, there are only 4 great dynasties in the eastern region, and each of them is extremely powerful. This Soaring Firmament Mansion is a power that is even more powerful than the 4 great dynasties. Even if the 4 great dynasties join forces, I don't think they can defeat this Soaring Firmament Mansion. So strong? Yi Xian was shocked as well. He was currently in a low-rank empire, and there were mid-rank, high-rank, and dynasty that were stronger than this. But his father asked him to go to Soaring Firmament Mansion to find someone. This was ridiculous. His talent was definitely the best in the profound Sun Empire, but in the mid-rank and high-rank empires, he was nothing, let alone the Soaring Firmament Mansion, which was even stronger than a dynasty. Of course it's strong. Zhao Pan said with a shocked expression, this Soaring Firmament Mansion is the overlord of the eastern region. Have you heard of the Heavenly Yuan sect? A name suddenly appeared in Yi Xian's mind. Heavenly Yuan sect? That's the southern region's overlord sect, on the same level as the Soaring Heaven Mansion. Zhao Pan was shocked. Don't tell me Master wants you to go back to the Heavenly Origin sect. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. No, I just happened to hear it. Although that was what he said, Yi Xian was shocked. Lin Shui, from Lianyun City's Lin family, had caught the eye of an elder from the Sky Yuan sect and was accepted as a disciple. At that time, Yi Xian did not think much of it. Now, he understood that the Sky Yuan sect was so powerful. It was a power that was above the dynasty. Motherf **, I knew I was too low. It was only 3 times the betrothal gift. Even if it was 30 times, 300 times, or even 3,000 times, it wouldn't be a problem. I'm going to lose so much. Yi Xian wanted to cry, but no tears came out. If there were 3,000 times, he would have broken through to the true spirit realm, or even the true element realm. However, he also understood that Lin Shui's aptitude was probably too good. Her master probably just happened to pass by and didn't want to break the rules of this world, so he didn't take out too many things. Otherwise, it might attract the attention of other people, such as the enemy. Any one of those experts would be able to destroy the profound Sun Empire, so it was better to keep a low profile. Lin Shui left with her master a long time ago. Now, her realm should be higher than mine. I thought my speed was enough, but I didn't expect that I was just a frog in a well. Yi Xian felt helpless. After 2 seconds of silence, he asked, Fatty bro, the Soaring Heaven Mansion is so strong. Their requirements must be very high, right? It is indeed very high. Originally, they only accepted people from the 4 great dynasties, but this year, we just received news that from this year onwards, the Soaring Heaven Mansion will also accept people from the Empire. However, the minimum requirement is the true spirit realm. Zhao Pan nodded. That means I still have a chance. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. With his strength, he should be able to go. Zhao Pan looked at him and said, although the rewards of the Imperial Capital Tournament are generous, it is not at the level of 1 point and 10 taels of gold. Do you know why this year? After hearing this, Yi Xian was stunned. Suddenly, a light flashed in his mind. Could it be, it's because of the Soaring Heaven Mansion? That's right, it's because of the Soaring Heaven Mansion. Therefore, as long as you can get into the top 3, you might be qualified to participate in the Soaring Heaven Mansion's assessment. Zhao Pan nodded. Maybe? There are other factors? Yi Xian found the key point immediately. Zhao Pan nodded helplessly. Yes, there are only 3 spots, so my profound Sun Empire has to compete with the Raging Inferno Empire. Raging Inferno Empire. Empire, it's just a low-level empire, no big deal. Yi Xian said in his heart. But now, his path of growth was very clear. Get first place in the Imperial Capital Tournament, then compete for a spot to participate in the Soaring Heaven Mansion's assessment. Alright, my Imperial father has a high opinion of you. I think it won't be a problem for you to get first place. I have to go back and cultivate as well. I want to get a slot as well. Zhao Pan said and left immediately. As for Yi Xian, he sat there, quietly thinking. Very quickly, 3 days passed. When the 4th day arrived, Yi Xian was also brought to the imperial city. He looked around and found that there weren't many people, only about 500. It seemed that many people had left in these 3 days. However, no one present knew Yi Xian. Yi Xian was like an ordinary person, blending in with the crowd. Yi Xian. At this time, a meatball suddenly rolled over. It was Zhao Pan, who weighed 316 kilograms. It was hard to imagine that such a meatball was the crown prince of the profound Sun Empire. However, Zhao Pan's shout immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding people. Yi Xian, wasn't this the freak who was first place on the rankings? 71 million points, more than twice the points of the second place. If it was changed to low-grade crystal stones, it would be 710 low-grade crystal stones. This was enough to establish a family stronger than the Tian family. Yi Xian felt very helpless because he wanted to keep a low profile. He didn't expect Zhao Pan to expose him so quickly. When Zhao Pan came closer, Yi Xian asked softly, "Fatty bro, do you know what the second stage of the Imperial Capital Tournament is?" Zhao Pan shook his head and replied softly, "I'm not very sure. It's all set by my Imperial father. Don't think that I'm the crown prince. I have to fight for my own cultivation resources. If I don't reach my goal, my Imperial father won't give me anything." All right. Yi Xian rolled his eyes. He thought that being the crown prince of an empire was very impressive. He didn't expect that it wasn't an unlimited supply of cultivation resources. However, Zhao Pan was only 18 years old and he had already broken through to the true spirit realm. His aptitude was quite good. End of chapter. Chapter 137. Soon, the purple-robed middle-aged man appeared on top of the imperial palace. "Everyone, the second stage of the competition will begin next. The second stage will be held inside the maze mirror." As the purple-clothed man spoke, he waved his hand, and the enormous bewildering void mirror descended once again. "Enter this way, but be careful not to make a move. Wait for my orders." The purple-robed man added. The participants began to enter the maze mirror one after another. "He's my father's trusted aide, Yushan. He's the commander of the Imperial Guards, a true energy realm expert." Zhao Pan introduced in a low voice. Yi Xian shuddered. Fortunately, he didn't make a move on Zhao Pan yesterday. Otherwise, he would have been beaten up by Commander Yu. However, that would have exposed Zhao Pan's identity as the crown prince. Soon, it was Yi Xian and Zhao Pan's turn. At this moment, everyone recognized Yi Xian and Zhao Pan, and they quickly distanced themselves from them. The remaining participants could only hope that they wouldn't encounter these two freaks in the second stage. After a while, everyone entered the maze mirror. At this moment, Yi Xian and Zhao Pan arrived in front of a golden palace. This golden palace was as dazzling as a mountain. This maze mirror is really mysterious. I stayed inside for more than 10 days, but I didn't see this golden palace at all. Yi Xian sighed in his heart. I didn't expect it to be here." When Zhao Pan saw the golden palace, he said in astonishment, "Do you know where this is?" Yi Xian asked. "Of course I do." Zhao Pan nodded. "This Roland's golden palace is a palace built from gold. Is it really made of gold and not painted gold?" Yi Xian was astonished. "Of course." Right at this moment, the purple-robed Yushan suddenly jumped up the stairs of the golden palace and said, "The second stage of the competition will be held in this golden palace." Everyone quieted down and began to listen attentively. This golden palace was built by a supreme expert. This senior came from a dynasty and was extremely powerful. At the same time, he was also the previous owner of the maze mirror. However, this senior lived in seclusion in our profound Sun Empire for 10,000 years. After he passed away, the imperial family coincidentally obtained the maze mirror and discovered this golden palace. This golden palace was also built by this senior. Although we've already finished exploring it, there are still many treasures and items left behind by our imperial family. However, there are dangers in this golden palace as well. For example, the enemy spies captured by our profound Sun Empire. These spies are powerful experts of the martial realm at least, and there are even some true spirit realm experts. What you all need to do is to enter the Golden Palace and find the exit within a month. If you do not find the exit within a month, you will be eliminated. Only those who find the exit and are ranked in the top 100 can exchange their points for gold or crystal stones. The purple-robed commander explained clearly and everyone present understood. If one wanted to exchange their points, they had to fulfill two conditions. First, they had to come out of the Golden Palace. Second, they had to be in the top 100. In addition, your points will be locked at the end of the first stage. For this stage, the points will be calculated according to your level. At the same time, this stage will be closed and no one outside will be able to see it. As the purple-robed commander spoke, his gaze suddenly landed on a large stone tablet outside the Golden Palace. It was the ranking stone tablet. However, there were many changes to the ranking. Even the first place had changed. First place, Xianxia, 10 million points. Second place, Yixian, 1 million points. Third place, Zhaopan, 1 million points. Everyone was shocked when they saw the ranking. Wasn't the first place Yixian? However, when they saw the initial points behind the first place, they were all stunned. Even Yixian and Zhaopan were the same. 10 million points. Didn't this mean that this person called Xianxia had broken through to the middle true spirit realm? But the crowd was in an uproar. This Xianxia is really strong. He was in the early true spirit realm when he participated in the competition. In just half a month, he broke through to the middle true spirit realm. It seems like he had a fortuitous encounter in the maze mirror. Zhaopan couldn't help but comment. Yixian had to admit that this Xianxia had a good aptitude. He remembered that this Xianxia was only 22 years old. Alright, now go in one by one. One person will enter every minute, but no one is allowed to stay at the entrance. Xianxia. The purple-robed Yushan shouted. Then, a young man walked out from the crowd and quickly entered the palace. There were many treasures in the Golden Palace. The first person to enter would have a higher chance of obtaining a treasure. Xianxia, who had broken through to the middle true spirit realm, directly entered the Golden Palace. However, other than Yushan, no one knew where he went. 1 minute later, Yixian, Yushan shouted. Fatty bro, I'll go first. Yixian whispered as he ran all the way into the Golden Palace. After entering the Golden Palace, he realized that there were 4 paths leading to the entrance. Forget it, I'll take the first one. Yixian chose the first path and rushed in. After the first round, there would be people who would record the rankings and send it to each person's residence. Yixian also received it. He vaguely remembered that Xianxia was in third place and obtained 28 million points. He, on the other hand, had 71 million points. After deducting the initial points, Xianxia was still behind him by 34 million points. So what if he's in the middle true spirit realm? Do you think he can surpass me? Yixian didn't care at all. The first place of the second round was useless. The final result would be the points from the first round. After thinking for a while, Yixian quickly rushed out. The first path of the Golden Palace didn't have any forks. Yixian ran for 2 minutes before he saw a crossroad. He had 2 choices now. First, he could wait here and rob the others. Second, he could choose a random path to enter. Forget it, it's not easy for others. Who knows, there might be a lot of treasures inside. Yixian didn't want to be too ruthless. If he waited here, he would rob everyone who came in. He casually found another path and finally found a tightly shut door. Let me see what's inside. The door was airtight and spirit energy couldn't flow outside. Therefore, even if Yixian had the bloodline of the treasure-hunting deer, he couldn't do anything. The door was 5 meters tall and looked heavy. However, Yixian had the bloodline of the 100 beasts, so it wasn't a problem for him. End of chapter. Chapter 138. However, Yixian still underestimated this Golden Palace. He pushed it with all his might, but it didn't budge at all. This weight is probably several tens of thousands of kilograms. But if you want to stop me with this, then don't even think about it. Yi Xian suddenly gathered his spiritual energy and blasted a palm strike at the door. This time, he used a 7th grade martial art from the Shattering Cloud sect and successfully blasted the door open. Bang! The door slammed into the wall, and the entire golden palace reverberated with this loud sound. Yi Xian walked in. The small palace was so empty that it was almost the size of a football field. And in the corner of the small palace, there was a treasure chest. A treasure! Yi Xian wanted to go over, but he suddenly stopped in his tracks. This small palace was a little strange. Now that he was in the true spirit realm, his perception was extremely strong. He noticed that the floor of this palace was a little strange, so he directly took out a small stone from the devouring space and threw it in. As expected, when this small stone fell to the floor, there was a sudden burst of energy that shook the small stone to the ceiling. After a few tosses and turns, the stone was bounced to Yi Xian's feet at the entrance. A formation. So it's a formation. Yi Xian immediately reacted. However, when he saw that the stone was undamaged, he heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that this formation only allowed the person who entered to return to the entrance. It didn't have any offensive capabilities. TSK. How can a mere formation be a problem for me, Yi Xian? Yi Xian coldly snorted and quickly searched through the devouring space. Sure enough, he found a bloodline called Formation Breaking Master. Formation Breaking Master increased one's perception of formations. Formations were generally living formations, which meant that they could be broken. Very few people could create a death formation. If one encountered a death formation, then the only way was to forcefully destroy the formation. There was no other way. Yi Xian felt that the formation in front of him should be a living formation because the energy on the walls and floor seemed to be true essence that was stronger than true spirit. This spirit array should have been laid down by a true element boundary powerhouse, but none of the competitors had been able to forcibly break it, so this was definitely a living spirit array. Yi Xian spent 500 devouring points to fuse with the bloodline of the array breaking master. In the next moment, he found the array breaking point. Zhenyuan. It flows according to a certain pattern, but there are some places where there is not a single bit of Zhenyuan. As long as you step on those spots, you can get close to the treasure chest. At that moment, Yi Xian jumped to the nearest point. There was no quintessential yuan flow at this point, so he was safe and sound. He carefully sensed his surroundings and found another foothold. He immediately jumped over. If the person who set up the formation was here, he would definitely be flabbergasted. This was because this was the formation that he had created after a year of exhaustion and neglect to eat and sleep. Moreover, it took a long period of modification to reduce these points to the limit and cover them up. Who would have thought that in less than 3 minutes, Yi Xian would be able to break it? At that moment, Yi Xian had already jumped to the corner of the small palace and opened the treasure chest there. Creak. The moment the treasure chest was opened, Yi Xian saw a vast expanse of purple crystals. All of them were crystals. However, the entire treasure chest was filled with circular substandard crystals. Damn, I've struck it rich! Yi Xian screamed. A chest full of crystals? How much wealth would that be? Even if they were substandard crystals, it would be a good deal. At this moment, Yi Xian directly chose to devour. Ding! The host has devoured 10,000 substandard crystals. The host has obtained 10,000 devouring points. Damn, 10,000 substandard crystals. That's 100 substandard crystals. That's enough to buy 10 Qianquan rings. Yi Xian was shocked. He realized that his true spirit had expanded by a large amount. He had already spent most of his points. Now that he had obtained 10,000 devouring points, he was so happy that he almost fainted. However, Yi Xian had spent about 40 to 50 substandard crystals to break through from peak LV10 to early stage true spirit realm. However, after breaking through to the true spirit realm, he needed more things. After devouring 100 substandard crystals, he felt that his experience points were less than half. He estimated that he would need another 2 or 3 chests. He guessed that the Emperor of the Dark Sun Empire was very confident in this array. That was why he had placed 10,000 substandard crystals here. The Emperor would never have expected that someone would be able to break through this array. This golden palace is really full of adventures. Yi Xian laughed. He wandered around the entire small palace, and then returned the way he came. After obtaining this reward, Yi Xian's speed also increased. He didn't want to be overtaken by the people who came later. After entering the fork, the number of such palaces increased. However, some of the smaller palaces were empty. They were used to confuse others. Half an hour after Yi Xian entered the Golden Palace, he finally encountered something that could move. Previously, the purple-robed commander had said that there would be some dangers in this Golden Palace. For example, captured enemy spies. However, this was just an example. At this moment, Yi Xian encountered a puppet that could move. This puppet was about 4 to 5 meters tall. Its 4 limbs were thick and its entire body was glowing with a silver light. It was unknown what material it was made of. When Yi Xian appeared in front of it, the puppet rushed towards him. Its rumbling footsteps echoed throughout the passage. So fast. It's comparable to the mid-stage of LV-10. Yi Xian was shocked. He immediately took out his golden eagle bow and shot a supernova arrow from 100 meters away. Boom! The arrow condensed from his true spirit struck the puppet's waist. In an instant, its body exploded into 2 halves. What surprised Yi Xian was that after the puppet was broken into 2 halves, its upper body could still move. Helpless, Yi Xian added another arrow and blasted its head. This puppet is not alive, but it can still move. It seems that there is a formation inside. Yi Xian quickly rushed over. After approaching, he indeed found some clues. There was spiritual energy flowing through the joints of these puppets. As long as he attacked these joints, he could easily defeat the puppet. However, Yi Xian was already in the true spirit realm, so he did not need to attack the puppet's weak points. I wonder if there will be a true spirit realm puppet. If there is, the others will be in trouble. Yi Xian thought for a moment and left. However, after a few steps, he turned back. He carefully examined the puppet, but did not find any points token. Damn it. It seems that points for the second stage of the Imperial Capital Tournament are hard to come by. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. However, in the next moment he heard footsteps. He could not help but smile. Speak of the devil. The person who delivered the points was here. End of chapter. Chapter 139. 7 days had passed since the start of the second round of the Capital Tournament. In these 7 days, Yi Xian had been running around and had obtained many good things. However, other than the 10,000 substandard crystals he had obtained on the first day, he had not encountered anything similar. Most of the time, he had only obtained items worth tens of millions. From the second day to the 7th day, the items he had obtained were about the same as the first day. However, this was already very good. At this time, his true spirit was much stronger than before. If he worked a little harder, he would be able to break through to the early stage of the true spirit realm. In these 7 days, he had encountered many things. In this golden palace, other than the participants, there were enemy spies, puppets, and demonic beasts. The worst thing was that these dangers did not have a single point on them. They could only be found in the treasure chests occasionally. Therefore, the speed at which he gained points was very slow. However, Yi Xian had extraordinary speed. Along the way, he had encountered many people. Because of this, his points had soared from 1 million to more than 5 million. There was no ranking stone tablet in this golden palace, so he did not know what his ranking was. However, he should be in the top 10. He estimated that after the capital tournament ended, his points would reach 100 million. This way, he would have 1,000 substandard crystals. Now that he was already at the early stage of the true spirit realm, he would be able to break through to the mid-stage of the true spirit realm with a few more dozen substandard crystals. If he devoured all of these 1,000 substandard crystals, he would definitely be able to break through to the peak of the true spirit realm. Today was the 8th day of the second round of the capital tournament. This golden palace was very large, and there were too many forks in the road. However, Yi Xian had a rough map, so he did not get lost. I've already walked around half of the palace. If there's nothing on this side, then it must be on the other side. Yi Xian thought to himself. However, just as he was about to turn around and go back, he suddenly found a staircase at the end. What? There's a second floor in this golden palace? Yi Xian was shocked, but he did not hesitate and directly walked up. However, just as Yi Xian reached the second floor, he met someone he was very familiar with. This person was himself. How is this possible? Looking at the person in front of him who looked exactly like him, Yi Xian shuddered. He quickly looked around and realized that he was in a small palace. Other than Yi Xian in front of him, there was nothing else. Defeat me and you will find the exit. The fake Yi Xian standing in front of Yi Xian spoke slowly. Even the voice was exactly the same. The sword in his hand was the water splitter sword. However, Yi Xian now understood that he was in an illusory array. He had the bloodline of an array-breaking master, so he could sense that this fake Yi Xian was actually condensed from quintessential essence. As long as I defeat you, I can leave this place, right? Yi Xian said slowly. Yes. The fake Yi Xian nodded. All right. As Yi Xian spoke, he also gripped the water-splitting sword tightly. He thought to himself, so real. Even the weapon is the same. This means that my swordmaster bloodline has been replicated by him. The two stood 100 meters apart, facing each other. At this moment, the fake Yi Xian suddenly raised his hand and slashed. Yi Xian also slashed. The two slashes collided instantly, creating a strong impact. Even the power was the same. True and false, false and true. I want to see how capable this fake of yours is. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth slightly curled up as he fiercely charged out. The fake Yi Xian also had the same intention. He kicked his legs and charged forward. Myriad Flower Sword. Myriad Flower Sword. Both of them were at the third level of the Myriad Flower Sword. With a stab of their swords, their quintessential essence split into 72 slashes and blasted towards each other. Bam, bam, bam. Many of the slashes collided with each other and then exploded. Although some of the slashes made it through, the two of them directly used the lotus armor before fighting. Bam, bam, bam. The two of them instantly began to exchange blows. However, the lotus armor's defense was also extremely strong. It required 3 myriad flower swords to destroy it. In an instant, this battle between the real and the fake became a war of attrition. The two of them had the same appearance, the same weapon, the same realm, and even the same martial arts. Then, how was Yi Xian going to defeat this fake Yi Xian? The two of them exchanged blows for half a minute. Their quintessential essence was quickly depleted. However, at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly took out a pill. This was a pill that could quickly restore one's quintessential essence. What? The fake Yi Xian was shocked. He was Yi Xian's illusion. He had been formed when Yi Xian stepped into the second level. However, he didn't understand where the pill in Yi Xian's hand came from. Seeing the change in his opponent's expression, Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. He was really afraid that his opponent had replicated the devouring system. If that was the case, no matter what bloodline he exchanged for, his opponent would also have it. However, it seemed that he was overthinking. Although this illusion array was powerful, the devouring system was beyond the replicated range of this illusion array. The outcome of this battle was very clear. Yi Xian had a pill that could restore quintessential essence, but the fake Yi Xian didn't. Soon, the fake Yi Xian's quintessential essence was depleted. Although the 100-flower bloodline and green lotus sword arts could restore quintessential essence, this was a battle. How could the fake Yi Xian's recovery speed be faster than the real Yi Xian's? A few minutes later, the fake Yi Xian's quintessential essence was completely depleted. Then Yi Xian's myriad flower swords turned him into a sieve. In the end, he vanished into thin air. It's my first time killing myself. It's quite interesting. Seeing the fake Yi Xian disappear, Yi Xian laughed self-deprecatingly. This illusion array didn't have much of an effect on him because he couldn't replicate the devouring system. However, he also understood that this illusion array required the user to break through in battle. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to win. There were many ways to break through. Breaking through realms, breaking through martial arts, and even battle techniques. Yi Xian was considered cheating. After Yi Xian defeated his fake self, the door at the end of the palace opened with a loud bang. Yi Xian quickly rushed over. I'm finally out. With my speed, I should be first place, right? Yi Xian couldn't help but stretch lazily. At the same time, he surveyed his surroundings. He discovered that he was on an empty platform. In front of him was a maze mirror. You're out so quickly? A voice with a slightly surprised tone entered Yi Xian's ears. Chapter 140. Give me your identity medallion. Yu Shan extended his hand. Yi Xian took out his identity badge from the devouring space and handed it over to Yu Shan. 76,680,000. Yu Shan reported a number. It was Yi Xian's final score. Master, what's my rank? Yi Xian asked in a weak voice. Don't worry, although Xianxia has broken through to the mid-true spirit realm, there aren't many ways to obtain points in the second stage. He only has 13 million points now. It's even less than yours, Yu Shan said. Although Yi Xian was very confident, he wasn't 100% sure that he could get first place. Xianxia hadn't come out yet, and he might be lucky enough to find tens of millions of points in one of the treasure chests. Although the possibility was small, it was still possible. You're sure to get first place. Although Xianxia's cultivation level is high, if he can't break through to the next stage, I'm afraid he'll be eliminated. Yu Shan looked at the closed door and said slowly. If he couldn't surpass himself in 1 month, he would be eliminated. At that time, he wouldn't be able to exchange his points anymore. But then again, Yi Xian's 76 million points could be exchanged for more than 700 low-grade crystals. I hope it'll end soon, then I can break through to the peak of the true spirit realm. Yi Xian was looking forward to it. When he arrived at South Forest City, he was only at the peak of the 9th rank of the Martial Path realm. But it wouldn't be long before he broke through to the peak of the true spirit realm, and it had only been 3 months. But when he thought about that abnormal father of his, he felt that he still wasn't strong enough. 8 years ago, when Yi Chong got first place in the Imperial Capital competition, he wasn't actually at the true spirit realm. He had already surpassed the divine core realm. He wrote that letter after the competition. At that time, he was only 28 years old. At 28 years old, he had already surpassed the divine core realm. As for Yu Shan in front of Yi Xian, he looked 40 years old, but he was only at the true spirit realm. This was the gap between them. Yi Xian had relied on the devouring system to grow to his current level. For Yi Chong to have such a talent, it was likely that he had encountered a fortuitous encounter that was comparable to the devouring system. Looking at the dazed Yi Xian, Yu Shan continued, All right, there are still 20 days before the tournament ends. I'll get someone to bring you back first. Just like that, Yi Xian returned to his previous residence. He didn't expect that he would be able to get first place in the competition. Although it wasn't confirmed yet, there was a 99.9% chance. However, the competition was not over yet, so he could only spend some time in his own house. On the 25th day of the second stage of the competition, Zhao Pan also successfully killed his way out. He had only managed to kill the fake Zhao Pan because he had broken through his cultivation base. Yi Xian was secretly impressed. This was because he had relied on the devouring system to achieve his current achievements. Without the devouring system, he would be nothing more than trash. Zhao Pan and the others were the true geniuses. 30 days later, the Imperial Capital tournament ended. According to the news brought by Zhao Pan, Yi Xian also knew that a total of 8 people had passed the second stage of the competition. That was 6 true spirit realm geniuses, including him and Zhao Pan. As for the others, they were all eliminated. Although there were only 8 of them, the total points of the 8 people was not a small number. After the tournament ended, Yi Xian received a notice that the emperor would personally confer a title to him in 3 days. In other words, he would become an official in 3 days. Although he didn't know what kind of official he would become, as the champion of the Imperial Capital tournament, his position would definitely not be small. 3 days passed very quickly. Under Yu Shan's lead, Yi Xian arrived at the most heavily guarded place in the Imperial Capital, the profound Yang Palace. It was also the place where all the officials were gathered. When Yi Xian arrived, there were already over 100 officials standing there. Among them, there were 16 grand inspectors. On the dragon throne sat a middle-aged man wearing a dragon crown. Without a doubt, this middle-aged man was the emperor of the profound Yang Empire, Zhao Chongguang. Beside him stood a fat man in an imperial robe. It was Zhao Pan. This scene was too unnatural. Yi Xian didn't dare to look at it. "Your Majesty, the person is here." Yu Shan cupped his fists respectfully. In this world, it was not necessary to kneel when meeting an official. Bowing and cupping one's fists was enough. It was the same even when meeting the emperor. Yi Xian hurriedly cupped his fists. This was his first time meeting the emperor, so he couldn't help but feel excited. At the same time, he also noticed that there was a maze mirror at the side. Could it be that this scene was also reflected? This chapter does not end. Please turn the page. Outside? He was curious. What kind of official position would the emperor bestow upon him? As long as it wasn't the chief eunuch. At this moment, a eunuch beside Zhao Chongguang stood out. He opened a yellow scroll and shouted with a croaky voice, "Yi Xian, Jiang Xian, Li Xiaotian, Lu." He read 7 names in a row. Except for Zhao Pan, everyone was present. When his name was read, Yi Xian stood to the side. Following that, he heard a series of praises for him. Something like a heavenly talent, a pillar of the nation. In any case, it was a bunch of good words that made him blush. When the eunuch read out the official position, all the civil and military officials were shocked. Yi Xian shall be bestowed the title of Great General of the Nation. By the Emperor. The voice echoed in the Xianyang Palace. At the same time, it also fell into Yi Xian's ears. Great General of the Nation sounds awesome. That Jiang Xian's father is the Great General of the Nation. My name is similar. They should be of the same rank. Yi Xian thought about it and was very satisfied. He hurriedly cupped his fists and thanked the emperor. However, when he heard the discussions of the civil and military officials, he was somewhat displeased. These officials thought that he was just a lucky brat. In terms of strength, Jiang Xian should be the strongest. They felt that this official position should be given to Jiang Xian. When he heard this, Yi Xian almost wanted to slap him across the face. His luck was indeed bad in the second round. He didn't even meet a single true spirit realm cultivator. He was also very helpless that he didn't meet Jiang Xian in the second round. Otherwise, he would definitely beat Jiang Xian up and then rob him of everything. However, these officials could only discuss in private. They didn't dare to voice their objections. One had to know that Yi Xian's official position was higher than most of the people present. The Great General of the Nation, the Great General of the Nation, the Grand Commander of the Imperial Guard, the Grand Chancellor, and so on were all the highest officials present. Most of these officials were of the 2nd or 3rd rank. If they saw Yi Xian in the future, they would have to salute him. Next up was the conferment of the Great General's son, Jiang Xian. Jiang Xian was conferred the position of Vice Commander of the Imperial Guard, a 2nd-rank official. As for the others, they were all 3rd-rank officials. Chapter 141. The items on the plate were all universe rings. This was the reward after the conferment, but no one knew how many things were inside. Yi Xian originally had a ring for disguise, but now he finally had a universe ring. He immediately put it on and used his true spirit to check it. He found that there were many things inside. 800 low-grade crystal stones? The emperor is really rich, he actually gave me a round number. In addition to the low-grade crystal stones, there was a national guardian token, the address of a mansion, and a set of shining golden armor and a long spear spirit tool. What a pity, what a pity. If I met these 6 people in the second round, I would have robbed them all. That way, I would have gotten 2,000 low-grade crystal stones. Who knows, I might be able to break through to the true energy boundary. Yi Xian felt very regretful, but the competition was already over, so it was fine for him to feel regretful. After the conferment, the court was dismissed. The scene just now had been transmitted to the outside of the imperial city through the maze mirror. However, after the court was dismissed, Commander Yu called out to Yi Xian again. The emperor wanted to see him. Not only that, he wanted to see Jiang Xian and the other 5. It seemed like it was about the soaring firmament mansion's quota. Following that, Yi Xian and the other 6 people met the emperor in a small side hall under Commander Yu's lead. Previously, Zhao Pan had disguised himself as a commoner to participate in the competition, so Jiang Xian and the others didn't recognize him. But now, Jiang Xian and the others had more or less guessed who he was. Zhao Pan wasn't conferred a title, and he was standing beside the emperor wearing a golden embroidered robe. If he wasn't the crown prince, then what was he? They sighed in their hearts. Fortunately, they didn't meet Zhao Pan in the competition, otherwise, they would be in trouble. The profound Sun Emperor, Zhao Chongguang, was sitting at the head of the table. He glanced at the 7 of them and went straight to the point. I won't beat around the bush. Let me ask you all, have you heard of the Soaring Heaven Mansion? Soaring Firmament Mansion? Jiang Xian and the others weren't unfamiliar with this name. They weren't a country bumpkin like Yi Xian. They grew up in the imperial city, especially the son of the national guardian general, Jiang Xian. He was quite familiar with the world structure. At that moment, the 7 people, including Yi Xian, nodded slightly. All of them understood. Originally, the Soaring Sky Mansion only accepted disciples from the 4 great empires. However, they suddenly expanded their recruitment this year. All the empires are eligible. Of course, it's just qualifications. I just want to ask, who wants to give it a try? Zhao Chongguang asked. Jiang Xian and the other 5 were stunned. They quickly nodded and said in unison, this humble subject is willing. What about you? Zhao Chongguang glanced at Yi Xian. Your humble servant. I'm also willing. Yi Xian imitated their tone and said. All right. Zhao Chongguang nodded and continued. However, there are only 3 spots for the 2 empires. We have to compete with the Raging Fire Empire. Therefore, we have to choose 2 of you. 2? Jiang Xian and the other 5 were stunned. However, when they saw Zhao Pan standing beside Zhao Chongguang, they instantly understood. The first person had already been decided. It was Zhao Pan. There's no better time than today. Let's start now, Zhao Chongguang said and waved his hand. Then, a maze void mirror appeared. Under his lead, everyone entered the maze void mirror. Yi Xian entered the maze void mirror for the 3rd time. However, this time, it was not the same place as before, nor was it the Golden Palace. Instead, it was a place similar to the Imperial City. It seemed that the members of the Mystic Sun Imperial family lived here. At this time, Yi Xian and the others were standing on a 200-meter wide stage. There are only 2 spots, but there are 7 of you. How do you think we should compete? Zhao Chongguang suddenly asked. Yi Xian and the others were stunned. The number of people was not equal, which was a little troublesome. However, there was one person among the 7 who had reached the mid-stage true spirit realm, Jiang Xian. Actually, this emperor already has a candidate in mind. Jiang Xian, you're already at the mid-stage true spirit realm, so you can stand aside for now. The 6 of you are all at the early stage true spirit realm, so you'll fight in pairs to determine the top 3. Zhao Chongguang said. Although one's realm did not represent one's strength, Jiang Xian was already the strongest among the 6 when he was at the early stage true spirit realm. Now that he had broken through to the mid-stage true spirit realm, his strength could definitely suppress the other 5. Yes. Jiang Xian cupped his fists and retreated to the side with an indifferent look. The 6 of you will fight in pairs. I have 6 lots here. Zhao Chongguang suddenly took out a lot pot. However, at this time, someone stepped forward and cupped his fists. Your Majesty, there's no need to go through so much trouble. Just one battle will do. The one who spoke was Yi Xian. General you mean? Zhao Chongguang was a little surprised. It's very simple. Let the 5 of them come together, and this humble subject will face them alone. Yi Xian replied. However, before he could finish his sentence, someone shouted from the side. What arrogance! Li Xiaoyun, the son of the great general of the north, walked out with a dissatisfied expression. The other 4 people did the same. They had no choice but to accept Jiang Xian's strength. However, Yi Xian was only at the early stage true spirit realm. How could they, as the top geniuses of the profound Sun Empire, accept such a challenge? In fact, Yi Xian also knew that Zhao Chongguang already had a candidate in mind. One was Zhao Pan, another was Jiang Xian, and the third was definitely him. The scene here had probably been projected onto the maze mirror. In other words, many people were watching. Zhao Chongguang only did this to convince the others. Although Li Xiaotian and the other four were not convinced, Zhao Chongguang suddenly nodded. I feel that General Ye's strength is not inferior to Jiang Xian's. Let's give it a try. If General Yi loses, he will be disqualified. Yi Xian nodded. He really did not care about the 5 early-stage True Spirit Realm experts, even if it was Jiang Xian. When Li Xiaotian and the other 4 heard this, they felt a little helpless. After all, they could not disobey the imperial order. However, this was also good. They would have one less competitor. Immediately, they took out their weapons from their interspatial rings. Yi Xian also retreated to the side. This kid has twice as many points as me. He should be quite capable. Jiang Xian thought to himself. Let's begin. As Zhao Chongguang's voice fell, the 6 people in the arena moved. In an instant, the 5 True Spirit Realm geniuses used profound movement techniques and rushed toward Yi Xian. However, something strange happened. Yi Xian suddenly disappeared. What? How is this possible? Li Xiaoyan and the other 4 were shocked. They did not notice how Yi Xian disappeared. Chapter 142. What? Jiang Xian, who was at mid-stage True Spirit Realm, widened his eyes in disbelief. Even he could not guarantee that he could win in a 1 versus 5 situation. However, Yi Xian defeated all 5 of them with ease. This was not a speed that an early-stage True Spirit Realm cultivator could possess. The 5 people below the stage were all stunned. They began to wonder if their strength was made of paper. Otherwise, why would they be so vulnerable? General Yi wins, Yu Shan announced. At this time, Yi Xian, who had returned to his original position, suddenly turned around and faced Jiang Xian. He cupped his fists and said, Vice Commander Jiang, do you dare to fight me? Yi Xian had wanted to beat Jiang Xian since the beginning. This was because Jiang Xian and Deng Yang, the son of the second-rank prince of Nanlin, both looked at him with contempt. So what if he was a country bumpkin? Couldn't a country bumpkin be an official? However, what Yi Xian did not expect was that Jiang Xian was a coward. After witnessing his strength, Jiang Xian was so scared that he did not dare to speak. General Yi is strong, so the second spot belongs to you, Zhao Chongguang said with a smile, but his eyes seemed to be saying to Yi Xian, save some face for him. My dear ministers, the 3rd spot has not been decided yet. Do you still want to continue? Zhao Chongguang turned around and asked. He meant that if anyone was not convinced of Jiang Xian's strength, they could come up and fight. However, these people were even more cowardly than Jiang Xian. They hurriedly shook their heads. With this, the 3 spots were decided. The scene just now was witnessed by the civil and military officials and the people outside the imperial city. Now Yi Xian, the Defender General of the state, was worthy of his title. The people praised the emperor for his foresight. Then they returned to the imperial city. Yu Shan led Jiang Xian and the others out of the maze mirror, while Yi Xian was asked to stay by Zhao Chongguang. Yi Xian, Zhao Pan has already told you about the matter, right? Zhao Chongguang sat on the dragon throne. Yes, your majesty. Yi Xian nodded. Don't call me emperor, just call me uncle. Your father is Pan's teacher, we can be considered family. Zhao Chongguang put on an amiable appearance. Yi Xian pondered for a brief moment as well. It looked like the imperial family didn't know that Yi Xian had broken through to the divine core realm, otherwise, they would have worshipped him like a god. Uncle, Yi Xian called out. All right. Zhao Chongguang smiled and said, I've been paying attention to you since the moment you entered the imperial capital. I also saw your every move during the competition. I'm afraid that your strength has exceeded my imagination. You must have had some kind of fortuitous encounter. This, uncle. Yi Xian nodded again. If that's the case, then I won't ask any more. The Soaring Heaven Mansion's quota battle will be held in 2 months' time. It's very important to my profound Sun Empire. If you guys can successfully enter the Soaring Heaven Mansion, then my profound Sun Empire's position will also rise. If you have any requests, just let me know. Zhao Chongguang said. Just tell me? Yi Xian's eyes lit up. With a smile on his face, he said, I need some materials to forge a spirit item. Yi Xian, what do you need these for? Zhao Pan asked curiously. I need to forge a spirit item. Yi Xian answered honestly. Spirit item? Zhao Chongguang and Zhao Pan were both surprised. The former asked curiously, spirit items? We have plenty of them in the imperial treasury. If you want anything, just take it away. Why do you need to forge it yourself? Also, you know how to forge spirit items? Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, then he answered, I want to forge a mid-rank spirit item. What? Zhao Chongguang and Zhao Pan both cried out in surprise upon hearing this. Mid-rank spirit item? My profound Sun Empire doesn't even have one, and I'm afraid even mid-rank empires don't have one. I once went to a high-rank empire personally, and requested to buy a mid-rank spirit item, but I didn't succeed. Zhao Chongguang asked in disbelief, Are you sure you can forge one? Uncle, I'm 100% sure that I can, as long as I have enough materials. Yi Xian said solemnly. Zhao Chongguang was still a little skeptical because a mid-rank spirit item would cost at least 500 low-rank crystals, and one would need to have a channel to get it. In the profound Sun Empire, there were only low-rank spirit item blacksmiths, and no mid-rank spirit item blacksmiths. If one could really obtain a mid-rank spirit item, then the entire empire's strength would increase by a level. Then what materials do you need? Zhao Chongguang asked doubtfully. 10 kilograms of cold light iron, half a kilogram of pure gold sand. Yi Xian listed more than 10 materials in a row. Zhao Chongguang also knew that these materials were exactly what was needed to forge a spirit item. He calculated in his mind and put them together. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page, roughly 300 low-rank crystals. In fact, Yi Xian had increased the cost by 300 high-rank crystals. He only needed a third. What a joke, how could he not cherish this opportunity to extort? Although he now had 800 low-rank crystals and more than 10,000 Devour points, he would need at least 1,000,000 Devour points to upgrade his mid-rank bloodline to high-rank bloodline. Moreover, he also needed to use Devour points to buy the patterns. Every time he forged, he would need Devour points. After careful calculation, he did not earn much. Okay, I'll give them to you now. Although Zhao Chongguang was skeptical, these things were nothing to him. He immediately took them out from his interspatial ring. Uncle, please prepare a forging room for me. Yi Xian said. No problem. Zhao Chongguang immediately brought Yi Xian to the place in the palace that was specially used to forge spirit items. Then, they left directly, leaving Yi Xian alone in the room. After the others left, he directly devoured all 800 low-rank crystals, leaving not a single one behind. Ding! The host has devoured 800 low-rank crystals. The reward is 80,000 Devour points. Ding! The host has broken through to the middle true spirit realm. As expected, after breaking through to the true spirit realm, the experience points required were too much. The 800 low-rank crystals were not enough for him to break through to the peak of the true spirit realm. However, he did not think too much about it. The 90,000 Devour points were enough for him to use. He directly spent 50,000 Devour points to buy a middle-rank spiritual weapon pattern called the Cold Light Sword. With a thought, the spiritual weapon materials in the Devour space disappeared. At the same time, 20,000 Devour points were deducted. This was the cost of forging. Middle-rank spiritual weapon, Cold Light Sword, successfully forged. The system notification rang out. There was one more sword in Yi Xian's Devour space that was emitting a cold light. I only used 100 low-rank crystals. When we go out later, I'll sell it to Uncle at a friendly price of 500 low-rank crystals. I still earned 400 low-rank crystals. Ha! The day of leveling up is just around the corner. Yi Xian could not help but laugh. Even a professional spiritual level blacksmith would need 1 or 2 days to forge a middle-rank spiritual weapon. However, Yi Xian still stayed in the room for more than an hour before he walked out. End of chapter. Chapter 143. Nephew, you came out so quickly? Zhao Chongguang and Zhao Pan were waiting outside. When they saw Yi Xian come out, their expressions immediately changed. Could it be that something had gone wrong? Looking at their expressions, Yi Xian grinned and said, Uncle, I've finished forging. After he finished speaking, a sheathed sword appeared in his hand. What? Zhao Chongguang and Zhao Pan were both shocked. Yi Xian had finished forging so quickly. Could it be that he was just bluffing? Zhao Chongguang took the sword in disbelief. He directly pulled it out and then slashed at the sky. Now, he didn't dare to believe that this sword was actually a mid-grade spirit weapon. How was this possible? In just 1 hour, he had actually forged an exquisite mid-grade spirit weapon. Even a mid-grade spirit weapon forging master couldn't do it. Yi Xian, you? How did you do it? Zhao Chongguang was the emperor of a country, but at this time, he was moved. It was as if an enemy army had attacked the imperial capital. This is my secret, but I can still continue forging. Uncle, do you still need it? Yi Xian said with a smile. Yes, of course. Zhao Chongguang swallowed his saliva and hurriedly said, I'll prepare the materials for you to forge a mid-grade spirit weapon. I'll buy it for 200 low-grade crystals. How about it? Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Uncle is too polite. How much do you need? Zhao Chongguang quickly thought about it. Previously, when he went to the auction house of a high-grade empire to buy it, he had already bid 800 low-grade crystals but still couldn't win it. Of course, the reason he didn't dare to continue increasing the price was because he didn't want to provoke the families of those high-grade empires. But now, he only needed 500 low-grade crystals. This was a huge profit. I'll listen to you, uncle. Yi Xian also very straightforwardly agreed. Although he knew that even if he raised the price by 1 or 200 low-grade crystals, Zhao Chongguang would still agree. This kind of business was always profitable. As long as he could make a profit, it was fine. There was no need to be too calculative. Alright, I want 10 more. I will immediately get someone to prepare the materials, Zhao Chongguang said and disappeared in an instant. Even Yi Xian could not catch a glimpse of him. Zhao Chongguang was the ruler of a country. His strength was naturally not weak. Yi Xian estimated that Zhao Chongguang should be stronger than Yu Shan, the Grand Commander of the Imperial Guards. Yi Xian, you've really surprised me. You can even forge a middle-tier spirit artifact. If I can get my hands on one, it'll be more than enough to deal with the Raging Fire Empire's geniuses. Zhao Pan couldn't help but praise. Yi Xian just smiled and didn't say anything. After breaking through to the true spirit realm, the functions of the devouring system were truly revealed. Perhaps there would be other things in the future. Soon, Zhao Chongguang returned with a large pile of materials for forging spiritual artifacts. He still needed 10 more mid-grade spirit tools, so he directly gave Yi Xian 2,200 low-grade spirit stones. Yi Xian took the materials and returned to the smithing workshop. Ding! The host has devoured 2,200 low-grade spirit stones. The reward is 220,000 devouring points. Ding! The host has broken through to the peak of the true spirit realm. Just now, Zhao Chongguang was too excited and didn't even know that Yi Xian had broken through. But now, Yi Xian had broken through to the peak of the true spirit realm. If Zhao Chongguang knew, he would be scared to death. A 16-year-old at the peak of the true spirit realm. So much experience, looks like I have to work hard to earn money. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly and began to forge. Yi Xian earned 2 sets of materials from forging a middle-tier spirit artifact, Cold Light Sword. Now that he had forged 10 more, he earned a total of 22 sets of materials. A Cold Light Sword required 20,000 devouring points to forge. 11 swords would be 220,000 devouring points. Adding the Cold Light Sword diagram he bought, he spent a total of 270,000 devouring points. After careful calculation, he now had 40,000 devouring points and 22 sets of materials. Each batch of refining materials was worth 100 low-grade crystal stones. 22 batches were equivalent to 2,200 low-grade crystal stones. A day later, when Yi Xian appeared in front of Zhao Chongguang with 10 cold light swords, the latter was so excited that he almost fainted. 10 middle-tier spirit artifacts, only a high-tier empire would have them. Yi Xian, you've been busy the whole day. Go and rest. If you need anything, you can find me directly, Zhao Chongguang said with a kind face. At this time, he already treated Yi Xian as his own ancestor. With these 11 middle-tier spirit artifacts, the strength of the profound Sun Empire could be raised by 1 or 2 levels. Moreover, before Yi Xian left, Zhao Chongguang gave a cold light sword to Yi Xian. This saved Yi Xian a lot of trouble. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Had already gone to forge. Yi Xian actually had a plan in his heart. However, Zhao Chongguang was so overjoyed that he didn't even notice that he had broken through to the peak of the true spirit realm. Therefore, Yi Xian felt that things should slow down first. If there were too many surprises, there might be a tragedy. Now, he was already the state's great general. Zhao Chongguang rewarded him with a mansion on the edge of the imperial city. Under the escort of a group of experts, Yi Xian left the imperial city and came to his home in the imperial city. This home was very close to the imperial city, almost on the edge. On his way back, he attracted the attention of many people. This is General Yi? He's really young and promising. He actually fought 5 people by himself and easily defeated the 5 geniuses. No wonder the emperor thinks so highly of him. It's said that the emperor wants to marry Princess Taiping to him. What, there's such a thing? Some people's whispers naturally couldn't escape Yi Xian's ears. He enjoyed it very much. In his previous life, he was just an ordinary person. When had he ever received such treatment? Ahem, Princess Taiping. Why do I feel like I've heard this name before? Yi Xian thought to himself. Not long after, he returned to the emperor's mansion. Yi Mansion. At this time, there was a large signboard in front of Yi Xian. It was said that Zhao Chongguang personally wrote it. At the same time, there were already hundreds of servants and guards waiting outside the gate. Welcome back, General. Hundreds of people shouted in unison. Their voices were so loud that Yi Xian's heart rippled. Waha, I'm really a carp leaping over the dragon gate and soaring into the sky. Yi Xian laughed in his heart. A year ago, he was just a disciple of a family in a small city. He was a good-for-nothing with a destroyed dantian and could no longer cultivate. However, a year later, he had become the awe-inspiring state's great general, in charge of hundreds of thousands of soldiers and horses. However, his most important task as the state's great general was to protect the imperial city with the imperial guards. Moreover, the border of the profound Sun Empire had been relatively peaceful in recent years, so his position as the state's great general was just for show. At this time, the one thing Yi Xian wanted to do the most was to lead the army and return to his hometown in glory. However, there were more important things to do now, so it was not time for him to return. End of chapter. Chapter 144. At this moment, a beautiful figure suddenly walked out of the Yi residence. It was a woman around 25 years old. She had a pretty face and a tall figure. She was wearing a red dress that resembled a cheongsam. Her long white legs were exposed in the air, almost causing Yi Xian's eyes to pop out of their sockets. She bowed towards Yi Xian and said in a voice as gentle as water, "Welcome back to the manor, master. This little girl is called Huaying and is your steward." Seeing her, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Zhao Chongguang was really considerate. He actually arranged a beautiful housekeeper for him. This was seducing him to commit a crime. "Thank you for your trouble, big sister," Yi Xian said politely. "You're too kind. Master can just call me by my name." Hua Ying smiled, thinking that this little general was quite polite. However, when Yi Xian came closer, she realized that she couldn't see through Yi Xian's cultivation. After all, she was also a true spirit realm expert. Oh, early-stage true spirit realm? Yi Xian looked at Hua Ying in surprise. He originally thought that Hua Ying was only a talent in management. He didn't expect her to be so strong. A 25-year-old true spirit realm expert, her aptitude was quite good. Master is really perceptive. From now on, Hua Ying will also be Master's guard, Hua Ying said with a slightly red face. She couldn't even see through Yi Xian's cultivation. If there was any danger in the future, perhaps she would be protected by Yi Xian. "Oh, then show me around first." Yi Xian didn't think much of it. With his current strength, he could already do whatever he wanted in the imperial capital. Could it be that someone wanted to harm him? If there really was someone, then they would all die. Yi Xian directly moved into the Yi residence. The Yi residence was very big and there were many servants. Under Hua Ying's guidance, Yi Xian roughly understood the place. At least he wouldn't get lost. Then, Hua Ying brought Yi Xian to the courtyard where he would live from now on. What made Yi Xian surprised was that there were also 8 beautiful maids. Was he going to make one Yi 8 times? Including Hua Ying, that would be 9. Yi Xian was already drooling. Master, then I'll take my leave first. If you have any instructions, you can call me at any time. Hua Ying saw that Yi Xian was deep in thought, so she quickly said, "Oh, wait a moment. There's one more thing I need you to do." Yi Xian immediately regained his senses and said, "Send someone. Go to the Yi clan in Lianyun City and tell them about me." "Master, someone has already gone," Hua Ying said. "Oh, you're quite efficient." Yi Xian wasn't shocked. He continued, "Then send someone to the Shattering Cloud sect and inform a female disciple named Guan Yulan." Hearing this name, Hua Ying's beautiful eyes flickered as she softly replied, "Yes, master." She didn't dare to ask anything and could only guess in her heart. Now that Yi Xian had made a name for himself, he didn't send someone to bring the Yi clan and Lu over. This was because he felt that the Yi clan's strength was too weak compared to the imperial capital. Any random person from the imperial capital could destroy the Yi clan. It was better to let them stay in Lianyun City. However, he would gradually make the Yi clan stronger and build up Lianyun City at the same time. Let's not think so much first. I still have things to do. Yi Xian withdrew his thoughts. Although he had been busy the whole day, he only spent a few seconds forging the cold light sword. While Zhao Chongguang was waiting outside, he was actually resting. At this moment, there were still some forging materials in his devouring space. He immediately bought a blueprint for the middle-grade spirit weapon, Star-Chasing Bow. The forging function of the devouring system required the same amount of materials whether it was a sword or a bow. The only difference was that the forging cost and blueprint were different. Yi Xian spent more than 40,000 devouring points to forge a middle-grade spirit weapon, Star-Chasing Bow. I've used up all my points again. Forget it, I'll devour all the materials. With a thought, he devoured most of the materials in the devouring space, leaving only the materials for 2 middle-grade spirit weapons. In an instant, he had almost 200,000 devouring points. Although he had devoured so many good things, he still hadn't broken through to the true energy realm. The Imperial Capital Tournament gave out a total of 2,000 to 3,000 low-grade crystals. Jiang Xian took 400 of them. These crystals were enough for him to break through to the true energy realm. However, Yi Xian spent almost 5,000 low-grade crystals alone and still couldn't break through to the true energy realm from the early-stage true spirit realm. It was obvious how difficult it was for him to break through. However, he still spent 45,000 devouring points to buy 90 beasts elixirs, increasing the 100 beasts essence blood slot to 10,000. The host is currently unable to fuse with the 1,000 beasts bloodline. If you forcibly fuse with it, it may cause your realm to drop or your body to explode. Do you want to fuse with it? Sure enough, with his current realm, he still couldn't fuse with a high-grade bloodline. Even the cheapest high-grade bloodline would cost several million, and some even cost more than 100 million. Therefore, Yi Xian guessed that in order to fuse with a high-grade bloodline, he would need to at least reach the true profound realm, or even the divine core realm. Right now, he still had around 150,000 devouring points. After breaking through to the true spirit realm, many functions of the devouring system had been unlocked. At the same time, he had also unlocked many things, such as middle-grade spirit skills, middle-grade spirit weapons, and many others. However, all of these things were very expensive. For example, a middle-grade spirit weapon that only required 100 low-grade crystals cost 1 million devouring points. It was too expensive. Previously, he wanted to concoct some pills and increase Zhao Pan's strength so that he could pass the Soaring Heaven Mansions test. But he still had 2 months to prepare, so he wasn't in a hurry. Therefore, he started studying formations. Formations could be divided into 3 types: battle formations, defensive formations, and spirit formations. Battle formations were offensive formations, and defensive formations were defensive formations. As for spirit formations, They were the formations that Yi Xian had encountered in the past. They could restrict enemies, and they had all sorts of magical effects. Yi Xian started looking at them one by one. He was very interested in formations. After a while, he learned a formation called Spirit Gathering Formation and spent 50,000 devouring points. Spirit Gathering Formation, rise. Yi Xian's eyes flashed, and his true spirit instantly poured into the ground. Then, he felt the surrounding heaven and earth yuan qi gathering towards him. Low-grade Spirit Gathering Formation, it has a radius of 100 meters. It gathers the heaven and earth yuan qi and greatly increases a martial artist's cultivation speed. He estimated in his heart that the heaven and earth yuan qi in his courtyard was at least 5 times more than before. To put it simply, cultivating here would be 5 times faster than cultivating in the outside world. The heaven and earth yuan qi in Lianyun City is too poor, so the martial artist's realms are much weaker than the imperial capital. I'll go and set up a spirit gathering formation later. Although it's still not as good as the imperial capital, it's still better than ordinary big cities. Now that he was strong, he couldn't always think about himself. He was a person of flesh and blood, and he still needed family and friendship. He would rather be the head of a lion than the tail of a phoenix. He wouldn't bring the Yi family to the imperial capital, but he could make Lianyun City into a bustling city like South Forest City. End of chapter. Chapter 145. Yi Xian studied the other formations. However, he was now in a terrible fix. Hua Ying rushed in and reported, "Master, the Guardian General, the Prime Minister, and the Great General of the South are here to visit." Hua Ying listed more than 10 positions in a row. Yi Xian was shocked. Only now did he remember such a thing. He was the youngest genius in the empire and a first-rank official. Naturally, many people would pay him a visit. Since they were here, they definitely wouldn't come empty-handed. Crystals, I'm here. On the first day Yi Xian moved into the Yi residence, many high-ranking officials came. Almost all of them were first-rank officials. On the second day, they were second-rank officials. On the third day, they were third-rank officials. Yi Xian ate several banquets over the next few days. He was starting to get irritated. He didn't expect socializing to be such a difficult task. Most importantly, these people didn't give him expensive gifts. After a few days, the gifts were only equivalent to 100 low-grade crystals. This was too damn stingy. He had no choice but to close the door and refuse to see any guests. Yi Xian, who refused to see guests, began to relax. He sat in his courtyard and sipped tea. He looked very relaxed. Knock knock knock. A knock suddenly sounded at the door. "Come in." As soon as he finished speaking, a graceful figure walked in. It was the beautiful housekeeper of the general's residence, Hua Ying. When Hua Ying saw Yi Xian, she said respectfully, "Master, His Highness the Crown Prince is here. His Highness the Crown Prince. Why aren't you inviting him in?" Yi Xian hurriedly said. However, before he could finish speaking, a plump figure walked in from outside the door. It was Zhao Pan. "No need, I'm already here." Zhao Pan walked in and sat down next to Yi Xian unceremoniously. Hua Ying glanced at Zhao Pan. Zhao Pan had appeared in the maze mirror during the coronation ceremony, so she naturally recognized him as the crown prince. At that moment, she immediately retreated. "What?" Yi Xian asked in surprise. "If you can come in person, you can just send someone to call me." "Hey, I'm here to thank you on behalf of Father. Those 10 frostlight swords of yours greatly increased the strength of the imperial family." As Zhao Pan spoke, he took out a frosty light sword from his cosmos ring and said, "Imperial Father gave me one as well. With this sword, I'm confident that I'll be able to obtain a spot in the Soaring Sky Mansion's examination." Fatty bro, don't be so polite. If you still want to refine it in the future, you can come find me at any time. This was a sure-win deal, so he naturally wouldn't refuse anyone. Not for the time being. The Imperial Capital competition this time has given out 3,000 low-grade crystals as a reward. Zhao Pan put away the cold light sword and shook his head. "I've forged another 10 mid-grade spirit artifacts. I need to rest for a while." Yi Xian also understood this point, so he didn't insist. The reason why there were so many rewards in the Imperial Capital competition was because of the Soaring Sky Mansion's entrance examination. 5,000 low-grade crystals was not a small sum for a low-level empire. However, Yi Xian still asked with a smile, "Fatty, do you know the strength of the 3 geniuses from the Raging Fire Empire?" "Of course I do. The 3 of them were all nurtured by the Imperial family, and they spent a lot of money on them. It's said that the 3 of them are already at the middle stage of the true spirit realm. However, this is news from half a year ago. Maybe one of them has already broken through to the peak of the true spirit realm. But it's fine. I'm now at the middle stage of the true spirit realm, and I have a middle stage spiritual weapon. I'm confident that I can secure a spot," Zhao Pan said. After hearing this, Yi Xian pondered for a moment before smiling and saying, "That's true, but Fatty bro, have you ever thought that this is only the qualification to enter the Soaring Sky Mansion? If you want to enter the Soaring Sky Mansion, the middle stage of the true spirit realm is not enough." Yes, this is indeed a problem. Those geniuses from high-level empires probably have middle-stage spiritual weapons, and their realms aren't low. Zhao Pan nodded. Hee, then Fatty bro, do you want to quickly break through to the peak of the true spirit realm? Yi Xian suddenly revealed a sly smile. What? Zhao Pan's eyes lit up. He wasn't a fool. For Yi Xian to ask this, he obviously had a way. You have a way? Zhao Pan hurriedly asked. Yes, I can help you break through in an instant. Fatty bro, do you believe me? Yi Xian nodded. Previously, Zhao Pan didn't believe that Yi Xian could forge middle-stage spiritual weapons. However, Yi Xian really did forge them, and quite a few at that. Now, how could he doubt him? Of course I believe you, but I've already swallowed quite a few good things. I even had true energy realm experts forcibly refine the medicinal energy for me. If I want to break through to the peak of the true spirit realm, I'm afraid I'll need a few months. Zhao Pan frowned. You don't have to worry about that. Not only can I forge weapons, I can also refine pills. As long as you help me gather the materials, I can help you break through to the peak of the true spirit realm. Yi Xian said. Zhao Pan couldn't sit still and exclaimed, Is this true? Of course it's true. Yi Xian nodded and suddenly stood up. Fatty bro, take a look at my current realm. As soon as he finished speaking, the dense true spirit in his body surged out. Zhao Pan sensed it and found that Yi Xian had already reached the peak of the true spirit realm. How was this possible? Do you believe me now? Previously, I ate this pill to break through to the peak of the true spirit realm. Yi Xian said with a smile. I believe you, I believe you. What materials do you need? I'll get them right away. Zhao Pan said excitedly. Yi Xian said a bunch of things, then said, These are the materials to refine a true spirit pill. Fatty bro, how many do you need? Let me think. I need 1, then Xianxia needs 1. For now, let's just take 2. The treasury is tight. Zhao Pan said, then, other than the materials, how many low-grade crystals do I need? Then I'll give Fatty bro a friendly price. 400 low-grade crystals. Yi Xian replied. No problem, I'll get them right away. After saying those words, Zhao Pan left in a hurry. Yi Xian looked at his back and revealed a sly smile. This pill was called the True Spirit Pill. To be precise, it was a middle-grade True Spirit Pill. It was specially made for people in the middle stage of the True Spirit realm to consume. After consuming it, one's true spirit would immediately expand and break through to the peak of the True Spirit realm. The pill formula for this middle-grade True Spirit Pill required 30,000 devouring points. Moreover, the refining materials were similar to middle-grade spiritual weapons, only around 100 low-grade crystals. However, the materials he asked for were the same as before, 3 times the price. Not long after, Zhao Pan rushed back in a hurry, bringing back with him the materials he needed for the refinement. I've brought them. Oh right, Yi Xian, don't you need an alchemy room? Zhao Pan asked in surprise. End of chapter. Chapter 146. No need, I only need a cauldron to refine pills. Yi Xian shook his head and returned to his room. He swallowed all 400 low-grade crystals and bought the pill formula. He then refined 2 true spirit pills, spending a total of 50,000 Devour points. Although he had lost 10,000 points, his cultivation base had improved a lot. Moreover, he had 4 sets of ingredients, so it was not a loss. 10 minutes later, Yi Xian walked out. "Fatty bro, take it. Just swallow it." Yi Xian handed over the 2 pills in his hand. Zhao Pan received the pills in ecstasy and swallowed one. In less than 3 seconds, his aura surged to the peak of the true spirit realm. "Good stuff, it's really good stuff. Yi Xian, you're too amazing. You can even refine such a pill." Zhao Pan was so excited that he almost crushed the pill in his hand. "If you need anything in the future, I'll be waiting for you," Yi Xian said with a smile. "Ha, no problem. But we'll have to wait for a while. A lot of the treasures in the maze mirror have been taken. We'll have to wait for a while. Hee, I'll take this true spirit pill and sell it to Xianxia," Zhao Pan said and ran away in a hurry. In his opinion, it was too profitable to spend only 500 low-grade crystals to break through from the mid-true spirit realm to the peak of the true spirit realm. Although the national treasury was tight, it could still be used. He could only enter the soaring heaven mansion. I've made a profit again." Yi Xian smiled happily because he had made a profit again. He realized that he had the potential to be a profiteer. He had earned 400 low-grade crystals, 4 sets of ingredients, and 20,000 Devour points from the 2 pills. The cost of refining the pills was only 20,000 in total. In total, he had 2 sets of ingredients for a mid-grade spiritual artifact and 4 sets of ingredients for a mid-grade true spirit pill. At the same time, he also had 140,000 Devour points. Originally, he wanted to refine a high-grade true spirit pill. This high-rank true spirit elixir could allow a peak true spirit realm cultivator to directly break through to the true energy realm. It was a divine elixir. It was a pity that this pill recipe was too expensive. One recipe would cost hundreds of thousands of gold coins. Moreover, the refining materials were not something that the profound Sun Empire could gather. Even the cost of refining the pill made Yi Xian flinch. Most importantly, these pills had no effect on him, so he was too lazy to refine them. He would think about it in the future. However, not long after Zhao Pan left, he returned. At the same time, he brought back a piece of news. It was said that he had discovered the remnants of the beast god religion. Therefore, the emperor might send them out as training. After Zhao Pan left, another person came to visit. If it was a normal person, Huang would definitely find an excuse to decline. But this person, Huang knew that Yi Xian would definitely meet. "Master, Inspector Ouyang is here to visit," Huang said. When Yi Xian heard this name, he quickly said, "Oh, since it's Lord Ouyang, please come in quickly." Inspector Ouyang was naturally Ouyang Ming. If it wasn't for him, Yi Xian wouldn't have achieved what he had today. Therefore, Yi Xian was very grateful to Ouyang Ming. At the same time, Yi Xian also understood that the inspector was only a second-rank official. In other words, he was now more powerful than Ouyang Ming. After a while, Huang brought Ouyang Ming in. "Greetings, General Yi." Ouyang Ming cupped his fist. Yi Xian quickly walked over. "Lord Ouyang, don't be like this. Just call me by my name. If it wasn't for Lord Ouyang, I wouldn't be where I am today." "I wouldn't dare." Ouyang Ming was still a little restrained. He never thought that Yi Xian would get first place in the competition. "How about this? Let's talk as equals. I'll call you Big Brother Ouyang and you can call me by my name," Yi Xian said. After hearing this, Ouyang Ming hesitated for a moment, then nodded slightly. "Oh right, Big Brother Ouyang, your bet with Tianjin?" Yi Xian suddenly remembered this matter. It had been a few days since the imperial capital competition, so he had forgotten about this matter. "I've already competed with Tianjin. I cut off one of his arms, crippled his meridians, and resigned from his position as inspector. However, I was also injured in that battle, so I didn't have time to visit," Ouyang Ming said with a little relief. After Yi Xian heard this, he was also shocked. Ouyang Ming was only at the early stage of the true spirit realm, but he was able to defeat Tianjin, who was at the middle stage of the true spirit realm. This was amazing. "Wait, congratulations, Big Brother Ouyang, for successfully getting rid of your inner demon." Yi Xian congratulated. At this time, Ouyang Ming was already a powerhouse at the middle stage of the true spirit realm. When I competed with Tianjin, I won with difficulty. Although I was seriously injured, it was a blessing in disguise and I successfully broke through. It can be considered that I have settled one of my worries. Ouyang Ming nodded. Yi Xian did not ask about the grudge between Ouyang Ming and Tianjin. Anyway, it was over now, wasn't it? All right, big brother Ouyang, this medicinal pill is for you. As Yi Xian said, he suddenly took out a medicinal pill from his bosom. It was an intermediate true spirit pill. This is... Ouyang Ming looked at the medicinal pill in Yi Xian's hand and revealed a strange expression. He had never seen such a medicinal pill before. It's a medicinal pill that can increase one's strength. If Big Brother Ouyang is willing to be friends with me, please accept it, Yi Xian said with a smile. The cost of this medicinal pill was about 100 low-grade crystals and 100 devouring points. It was not very expensive. Since Yi Xian had already said so much, Ouyang Ming could only accept it. He swallowed it on the spot, but 2 seconds later, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. His cultivation had actually broken through. This, Ouyang Ming was shocked. He did not expect this medicinal pill to directly break through his realm. One had to know that he had just broken through to the intermediate true spirit realm. What he did not expect was that in less than 4 months, Yi Xian had grown from a martial artist at the peak of martial path level 9 to a level that even he could not see through. Big brother Ouyang, you don't have to thank me. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have come to the imperial capital and wouldn't have achieved what I have today. Yi Xian sincerely thanked him. Ouyang Ming sighed. If he knew that this medicinal pill was so precious, he would not have accepted it no matter what. However, since he had already swallowed it, he would not spit it out. Following that, the two of them chatted for a while before Ouyang Ming left. After another day, the people that Hua Ying had sent to the Shattering Cloud sect also returned. Hua Ying immediately found Yi Xian and reported the matter to him. Yi Xian was also a little surprised and could not help but ask, "Isn't it only a few days? Why are you back so soon?" Previously, when he rushed from South Forest City to the imperial capital, it took him 10 days. Master, the general's residence has a rank 10 rock. It only needs 2 days to reach the Shattered Cloud sect. Hua Ying answered truthfully. End of chapter. Chapter 147. So that's how it is. All right, you may leave. Yi Xian nodded slightly. If he had a bird as a mount, then he wouldn't have to go around those mountains. Of course it would be more efficient. However, Hua Ying hesitated for a moment, then said, "Master, that girl called Guan Yulan is no longer in the Shattering Cloud sect." No longer in? What do you mean? Yi Xian didn't understand. Could it be that she went down the mountain to do a mission? It's like this. I heard that the sect master of the Shattering Cloud sect has returned. Then, Miss Guan followed him to train. Hua Ying replied. Sect master? Yi Xian's expression froze, then he immediately understood. The sect master that Hua Ying was talking about shouldn't be Zhou Tsang, because he had already killed Zhou Tsang. Therefore, this sect master was the true sect master of the Shattering Cloud sect, a true spirit realm expert. Then do you know where she went to train? Yi Xian asked again. I don't know, but Miss Guan left a letter for you. Hua Ying took out a letter from her bosom, then left. Yi Xian opened the letter, and what entered his eyes was a line of graceful handwriting. There were only 4 words in this line. Let's meet again if fate wills it. What does this mean? Will she be gone for a long time? Yi Xian frowned. He couldn't understand the meaning of these 4 words. He asked Hua Ying to call the cultivator who went to the Shattering Cloud sect over, but this cultivator didn't know the reason either. Helpless, Yi Xian could only give up. Sigh, it wasn't easy to find a girl who liked me, but she was taken away before I could even confess. That bastard Zhou Tsang, if I had known earlier, I would have whipped your corpse. Yi Xian was very regretful. He just didn't know where the sect master of the Shattering Cloud sect took Guan Yulan. That day, Zhao Pan came again, and this time he brought an imperial edict. By the will of the heavens, the emperor decrees. Forget it, I won't read it. Zhao Pan helplessly put away the imperial edict, then said directly, the remnants of the Beast God sect have appeared in the Jade Forest County. Father has sent you to eliminate them. Just me? Yi Xian asked in surprise. He thought that it was finally here. He had been waiting for so long that he was about to go moldy. Of course not. There's still me, Xianxia, and some experts from the royal family. Zhao Pan shook his head. A mere beast god religion? You don't have to go to so many branches, do you? Yi Xian said with a frown. He still remembered the scene in the Valley of Corpses. Wasn't that man in black chased away by Ouyang Ming, who was at the early stage of the true spirit realm? Sigh, although this remnant of the beast god sect has only appeared recently, he seems to have already revived a true element early stage spirit beast, so we can't let our guard down. Fortunately, this spirit beast is still relatively weak and is slowly recovering its strength, so we were sent to quickly kill it. Zhao Pan replied. An early stage true energy stage spirit beast? Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes immediately shot out 2 rays of light. Previously, he had devoured the corpse of a middle stage true spirit realm spirit beast and obtained 3,000 devouring points. How many points would this true energy realm spirit beast give him? However, he was certain that it would at least help him break through to the true energy realm. Fatty bro, when do we set off? Yi Xian asked again. Zhao Pan immediately replied, the others have already prepared. It's up to you now. However, it's best to set off within these 2 days, lest something unexpected happens. Since that's the case, let's set off now. Yi Xian was bored out of his wits these few days, so he directly stood up. I knew it. The majority of the troops are already waiting for us outside the imperial city. Zhao Pan laughed and left with Yi Xian. Master, please be careful. Huang bowed. In the profound Sun Empire, other than the imperial city, there were 16 counties. If one were to rush from the imperial city to the Jade Forest County, it would take at least 10 days to half a month. However, the royal family had specialized mounts. When Yi Xian arrived outside the imperial city, he was also shocked. From afar, he saw a super rock that was as large as an airplane. It was similar to the one he saw at the Valley of Corpses. This is specially bred by the royal family. It's a spirit beast. It will only take 2 days to reach the Jade Forest County. Zhao Pan approached and said to Yi Xian, don't be fooled by its size. It's only at the early stage of the true spirit realm. I can kill it with a single slap. Yi Xian was also extremely envious. He was thinking that after this incident, he would borrow one and return to Lianyun City. At this moment, there were already several figures on the back of this giant rock. Other than Xianxia, there were 3 others. That middle-aged man is one of my uncles. He's at the true energy realm. However, he won't make a move this time. He will only ensure our safety. Zhao Pan. After he finished speaking, he pointed at the 2 people behind the middle-aged man and said, those 2 are our royal family's consecrators. They're both at the peak of the true spirit realm. Yi Xian nodded silently. Even if he wasn't included, there were still 4 people at the peak of the true spirit realm. Moreover, Zhao Pan had a mid-grade spirit weapon, which was enough to deal with the early-stage true energy realm spirit beast. Greetings, General Yi. When the 2 consecrators saw Yi Xian, they hurriedly clasped their fists. Zhao Pan's uncle also smiled and said, heroes indeed come from the young. Not only is your talent outstanding, but you're also proficient in refining weapons and pills. You're truly a pillar of our profound Sun Empire. Senior, you flatter me. Yi Xian said humbly. Although the profound Sun Empire had only been established for 1,000 years, the Zhao family had always stood strong. Therefore, the Zhao family was the largest family in the empire. Not arrogant nor impatient. Good, I'm Zhao Chongwen. This time, I'll ensure your safety. The middle-aged man nodded and said. Although the spirit beast wasn't a threat, Yi Xian and the other 2 were the future of the profound Sun Empire. Nothing could happen to them. As for Xianxia, he was also convinced by Yi Xian. He was also the one who took the true energy pill that Zhao Pan gave him last time. At this moment, he had already broken through to the peak of the true spirit realm. All right, go early and return early. Come on up. Zhao Chongwen said. Yi Xian and Zhao Pan both jumped onto the back of the spirit rock. Then, the spirit rock flapped its huge wings and flew up. Ever since Yi Xian merged with the mid-grade 100 Beasts bloodline, he had a strange feeling towards spirit beasts. He remembered that if he raised the 100 Beasts bloodline to the peak, it would become the Beast King bloodline. At that time, he would be able to make all beasts submit to him. However, he was only at the mid-grade bloodline now. At most, he could sense demonic beasts. Moreover, he couldn't sense them too far away. This was the hidden attribute of the 100 Beasts bloodline. The spirit rock started flying towards the Jade Forest County. It wouldn't take long before it arrived. 2 days later, the spirit rock appeared in the sky above the Jade Forest County. At this moment, it was flying towards a dangerous place in the Jade Forest County, Blackwind Mountain. In less than 2 hours, the spirit rock arrived above the Blackwind Mountain. Everyone be careful. The remnants of the Beast God sect can communicate with demonic beasts. Moreover, they have some special methods to increase the strength of demonic beasts and spirit beasts. Don't lower your guard. Zhao Chongwen said. Yi Xian and the others nodded silently. End of this chapter. Chapter 148. Yi Xian and the rest rode on the spirit beast rock, flying deeper into the valley. At this moment, Zhao Chongguang suddenly felt that something was wrong, so he hurriedly slapped the spirit rock's head. In an instant, the spirit beast rock was blasted to death and began to fall. Uncle Wen, what are you doing? Zhao Pan asked in shock. It's under someone's control and is flying up. If it reaches a high altitude and throws us down, we'll all die. Zhao Chongwen shouted. The spirit beast rock below them was raised by him, so he was very familiar with it. He had no choice but to act. We're not high from the ground, everyone hold on tight and jump up when we're about to land. Zhao Chongguang shouted. At this time, everyone was falling, so they could only grab onto the spirit beast rock's feathers to prevent being blown away by the wind. The spirit beast rock fell diagonally, everyone on its back held their breaths and concentrated. When they were 30 meters below the ground, they threw a palm strike at the spirit beast rock, using their true spirits to slow down the fall. Bang! 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 The 6 of them continuously threw their true spirits at the ground and finally landed safely. Fortunately, the spirit beast rock was only 100 meters above the ground. If it was 100 meters above the ground, then even if they used their true spirits, they would have been smashed to pieces. So close, that damned beast god religion remnant, I had no choice but to kill it. It seems that the beast god religion remnant already knows we're here. Zhao Chongwen said angrily. This spirit beast rock was something he had raised since it was young, spending an unknown amount of money and effort. But now it was killed by him with his own hands. Thus, he couldn't wait to tear that beast god religion remnant apart. Uncle Wen, what should we do now? Zhao Pan turned around and asked. I'm only here to ensure your safety, you can ask Yi Xian. Zhao Chongwen replied. Although he was filled with hatred, he still remembered the purpose of his trip. Although the beast god religion remnant was dangerous, Zhao Chongguang wanted to train Yi Xian and the others, so it was best for him not to interfere. Immediately, Zhao Pan and the other 3 turned to look at Yi Xian. Only now did they discover that there wasn't a speck of dust on Yi Xian's body. Just now, when they jumped down from the sky, although they used their true spirits to reduce their speed, they still rolled on the ground after landing, so their bodies were dirty. Kai Xian was still dressed in white. This proved that Yi Xian had landed safely. Yi Xian, who had the bloodline of an intermediate wind-seeking leopard, naturally wouldn't fall just because of this height. At this moment, he was looking in a certain direction and frowning. Let's go this way. The remnants should be here. Yi Xian pointed at a fork in the road at 10 o'clock. How did you know? Zhao Pan was surprised. Premonition. Yi Xian replied casually. After the 100 Beasts bloodline was raised to the intermediate level, it would gain a hidden attribute, which was the ability to sense demonic beasts and spirit beasts. And in the direction Yi Xian was pointing at, there was an aura that made his heart palpitate. Therefore, he concluded that the remnants of the beast god sect were there. That's right. This road leads to the depths of Blackwind Mountain. The map in my hand also indicates that this is the most likely hiding place of the remnants of the beast god sect. Zhao Chongwen took out a sheepskin map. Zhao Pan and the others were surprised, But they didn't ask. They thought that it was just Yi Xian's intuition. At that moment, they madly dashed in the direction that Yi Xian pointed at. Now that they didn't have any bird mounts, they could only travel on foot. Zhao Pan and the other three were all at the peak of the true spirit realm, and each of them had a spirit-level martial arts, so their speed wasn't slow. As for Yi Xian, he didn't use any martial arts. If he ran with all his might, perhaps only Zhao Chongwen could keep up with him. After running for a while, they discovered a large group of demonic beasts in front of them. There were at least 40 of them. However, before the others could approach, Yi Xian directly took out his star-chasing bow. With a few swings, he killed all the demonic beasts. Good archery! Zhao Chongwen couldn't help but praise. He saw that the demonic beasts were at least 500 meters away from them. However, Yi Xian was able to kill these demonic beasts one by one from 500 meters away. This wasn't something that an ordinary person could do. Of course, Yi Xian was only able to do this thanks to his intermediate-level archery talent. Next, everyone follow me. Yi Xian suddenly shouted. His body slanted, and he actually headed towards the forest on the left. What is he doing? Zhao Chongwen and the others were a little surprised, but they didn't ask any questions and directly followed him. However, not long after, they discovered something. They actually avoided more than 10 groups of demonic beasts. Amazing! Even I don't know how to avoid them. How did you know? Zhao Chongwen finally couldn't help but ask. An archer's eyesight is wider than an ordinary person. Yi Xian casually replied. This time he really did see with his eyes. Zhao Chongwen instantly understood. However, this also saved them a lot of time. It seemed that the remaining member of the Beast God sect was indeed inside. Therefore, they couldn't delay. What if the remaining member of the Beast God sect ran away? The group followed Yi Xian's footsteps, running left and right. With their strength, they could easily eliminate these demonic beasts. However, if they attacked, they would expose their location. At that time, the remaining member of the Beast God sect would gather a large number of demonic beasts, and then they would be in trouble. Using a sea of people tactic was a terrifying thing. After avoiding dozens of groups of demonic beasts, Yi Xian finally saw a demonic beast that was different from the rest. No, it wasn't a demonic beast. It was a spiritual beast. It's a flame lizard. An adult flame lizard can reach the peak of the true spirit realm. Why is there such a high-level spiritual beast in our profound Sun Empire? Zhao Chongwen recognized it at a glance. In the profound Sun Empire, spiritual beasts were relatively rare due to the lack of Yuan Qi. Although the Blackwind Mountain and the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun had a similar level of danger, it was impossible for a spiritual beast to reach the peak of the true spirit realm. Without a doubt, this must be the doing of the remaining member of the Beast God sect. Yi Xian looked at the red lizard that was as big as a bus. It opened its mouth and spat fire, and he couldn't help but stop in his tracks. Could it be the one that I sensed just now? No, it's not this spiritual beast. There's a stronger one behind it. Yi Xian thought to himself, and then took out his star-chasing bow. Sharpshooter. A true spirit arrow flew out like lightning and instantly pierced through the body of the red lizard. Instant kill. It's really powerful. That's the skill you used to kill the berserk black bear that was comparable to the middle stage of the true spirit realm, right? Zhao Chongwen couldn't help but ask. Yes. Yi Xian nodded and directly flew over. He kept the flame lizard into the devouring space and then devoured its corpse. Ding. Host has devoured a spiritual beast's corpse. The reward is 3,000 devouring points. Ding. Because the 100 beast essence blood slot is full, it cannot be upgraded before the 1000 beast bloodline is integrated. End of this chapter. Chapter 149. As for the inner core, Yi Xian didn't devour it because he knew that he couldn't break through for the time being. He might as well keep it for now. Zhao Pan might need it more than him. However, he estimated that the inner core of a peak true spirit realm beast was worth between 20,000 to 40,000 devour points. Let's go. Zhao Chongwen and the others didn't have any objections to Yi Xian putting away the corpse of the demonic beast. Zhao Chongwen was holding the frostlight sword that Yi Xian had made. It had greatly increased his strength, so he wouldn't argue with Yixian. However, seeing a peak true spirit realm beast here, it seemed that they had come to the right place. Perhaps they would encounter other spirit beasts later on. The group started to be cautious. Although they had the protection of their true spirits, they wouldn't be able to withstand a sneak attack from a spirit beast. At this moment, they had already run into a valley. According to Yi Xian's senses, the aura that made his heart palpitate was in this small valley. At this moment, a laughter suddenly echoed in the valley. "Welcome, welcome. Welcome to your burial ground." This voice was very unfamiliar and sounded very neutral. It was unknown whether the voice belonged to a man or a woman. Sure enough, we came to the right place. Yi Xian and the rest thought in their hearts. Remnants of the beast god sect, you dare to stir up trouble in my profound Sun Empire? Come out and die. Zhao Pan shouted. Little fatty, you sure talk big. Don't worry, all of you will die here. I will offer your flesh and blood to Lord Demon Wolf. As long as he devours your flesh and blood, Lord Demon Wolf will be able to recover to the true profound realm. This voice echoed in the valley. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. True profound realm. It seemed that they were still a step too late. As expected, he will recover by devouring human flesh. However, I would like to see what kind of ability you have to make us all die here. Zhao Chongwen also spoke. All right, since you want to die so quickly, I'll fulfill your wish. As soon as he finished speaking, roars rang out from all directions. Then, inhuman figures walked out of the dark forest one by one. They were all spirit beasts. So there is. To think that so many spirit beasts would appear at the same time. What a capable fellow. To think that so many spirit beasts would appear at once. Celestial golden ape, scarlet blaze lion, violet striped battle bear. Zhao Chongwen was very knowledgeable, and he recited a series of names. At this time, there were more than 10 spirit beasts, and they all looked very strong. They were probably either at the middle stage or the peak of the true spirit realm. Moreover, the aura of the purple striped battle bear was especially strong. It might even be in the true energy realm. Yi Xian quickly looked around. Among the dozen or so spirit beasts, there was no demon wolf. In other words, the demon wolf had not appeared yet. The information was wrong. So many spirit beasts actually appeared. That demon wolf strength is probably not at the early stage of the true energy boundary. Zhao Chongwen said with a serious expression. Just now, when the voice mentioned the true profound realm, it scared him, because their profound Sun Empire didn't have a true profound realm expert yet. Haha, do you really think you obtained the information? I deliberately released it. My purpose is to send you to your deaths. After a few loud laughs, the voice said, Lord Demon Wolf, come out. Your food is here. When Yi Xian and the rest heard this, their faces froze. The main character was coming out. Ta-da! The sound of footsteps entered everyone's ears. They turned their heads and saw a blood-red figure walking out of the forest. This was a demon wolf with scarlet fur. Its body was huge, almost comparable to a tank. Furthermore, it was actually injured. Its entire body was dripping with blood, and one could faintly see the eerie white bones of its wounds. This was the demon wolf that was resurrected by the remnants of the beast god sect? Everyone be careful. This spirit beast is not simple. I'm afraid it's at the peak of the true energy boundary. Fortunately, it hasn't recovered to its peak. When the time comes, I'll hold it back. You guys quickly kill the other spirit beasts. Zhao Chongwen's face was gloomy because he was only at the early stage of the true energy boundary. Even if he had a mid-grade spirit weapon, it would be difficult for him to fight this blood wolf for a long time. He could only hold it back for a while. Now, Yi Xian also understood the seriousness of this matter. A spirit beast at the peak of the true energy boundary was not something he could handle. If he could break through, then it would be a different story. However, the things in his interspatial ring were not enough for him to break through. Moreover, he was the one who forged the mid-grade spirit weapon, so he could not devour it. Then there was only one way. He would let Zhao Chongwen buy some time while he killed the other spirit beasts. Then he would break through and help. The spirit beasts surrounding them were not low level. As long as he killed a few, he would be able to break through. However, he was afraid that Zhao Pan and the rest would not be able to withstand the first wave of attacks, and that Zhao Chongwen would be killed by the Blood Wolf. "Alright, Lord Demon Wolf, please enjoy." When this voice sounded out, the surrounding dozen or so spirit beasts roared before charging towards Yixian and the others. Rumble! These were all large spirit beasts. The sound of their footsteps was deafening. "Go, let's end this quickly." Zhao Chongwen shouted and charged toward the giant blood wolf with the frostlight sword in hand. Yixian also took out his star-chasing bow. However, instead of killing the true energy boundary purple-striped war bear, he attacked the other spirit beasts. This was because the number of spirit beasts exceeded their expectations. They had to reduce the number of spirit beasts. "Sharpshooter!" Yixian's eyes flashed. He raised his hand and shot an arrow at the nearest red blaze lion. With various amplifications, the arrow shot out like a bolt of lightning, instantly piercing through the red blaze lion's head. Instant kill. However, just as Yixian was about to shoot a second arrow, he suddenly heard the sound of something breaking through the air. "What?" Yixian turned his head to look and saw a petite voice quickly flying towards him. He focused his eyes and saw that it was a small sparrow whose entire body was filled with electricity. "This is also a spirit beast?" Yixian was shocked. This small sparrow was extremely fast, almost catching up to his speed. However, he did not dodge. Instead, he channeled his true spirit and formed a lotus around his body. Lotus armor. Whoosh! An arrow shot out and pierced through a rhinoceros spirit beast, instantly killing it. However, at this moment, the small sparrow had already rushed in front of him and crashed into him. What surprised him was that the small sparrow crashed into the lotus armor. Then, it suddenly emitted a dazzling light and broke through the lotus armor. Its small beak pecked Yixian's shoulder. "What? It broke through?" Yixian was shocked. He was at the peak of the true spirit realm. His spirit-level martial arts could not be broken through by just anyone. However, this small sparrow broke through it easily. It was obvious that this small sparrow was more difficult to deal with than the other spirit beasts. End of chapter. Chapter 150. Yixian drew his bow again. Just as he was about to shoot the little sparrow, his body suddenly froze. "What? There's a paralyzing effect?" "Ha, you're quite strong. Of course, I'll kill you first." The neutral voice came from the valley. "What a joke. Intermediate 100-flower bloodline, deactivate." Yixian's eyes flashed. 1 second later, the paralyzing effect was gone. However, that 1 second was enough for the true energy stage purple striped war bear to arrive in front of him. Roar! The purple striped bear extended its paw, which was several times larger than Yixian's face, and slammed down. Intermediate fighter bloodline fusion successful. "So what if you're in the true energy realm? Get lost." Yixian roared. His true spirit had already formed a head that looked like a wolf and a tiger on his arm, and he threw it out. Spiritual level martial technique, Tiger Wolf Roar. Yixian's Devour points were calculated in the tens of thousands. It was more than enough to buy a spiritual level martial technique that was worth a few thousand Devour points. Roar, awoo, 2 different sounds rang out. Yixian's fist and the bear's paw collided. Pang! When the two forces collided, thousands of shockwaves rolled out. Yixian's fist was actually on par with the true energy realm spiritual beast, which was known for its strength. Second level roar, get lost. Yixian's eyes flashed. His true spirit surged out again. After circling his arm a few times, it formed an even stronger force. Boom! A huge figure was sent flying. It was the true energy realm purple striped bear. How is this possible? As the purple striped bear was sent flying, the neutral voice rang out again. Bear-type spiritual beasts were the most powerful of all the commonly seen species. However, an early-stage true energy realm purple striped bear was sent flying by a peak true spirit realm martial artist. This was impossible. However, this was the truth. "I'll kill you first." While the purple-striped war bear was flying away, Yixian pulled on his star-chasing bow. "Sharpshooter, die for me." Swish! With a flash of cold light, It traversed more than 10 meters in an instant and pierced through the bear's head. Instant kill. Xiao. At the same time that the purple-striped war bear's head was pierced through, Yixian also directly flew out. Before the purple-striped war bear's corpse fell to the ground, Yixian reached out and grabbed the purple-striped war bear's fur. Devour. The corpse of the purple-striped war bear disappeared. Ding. Host has devoured a spirit beast's corpse. The reward is 15,000 devouring points. Ding. Host has devoured a spiritual beast's inner core. The reward is 100,000 devouring points. Ding. Host has broken through to the true element boundary. When Yixian heard the system notification, his killing intent skyrocketed. The true spirit in his body instantly transformed into an even more powerful true essence. Before the battle with the purple-striped war bear, he had directly exchanged for a new bloodline and upgraded it to the intermediate level, the pugilist bloodline. This pugilist bloodline could not only increase the power and comprehension of fist-type martial arts, but also increase the speed of one's attacks. Although this bloodline was extremely expensive, spending 50,000 devouring points to upgrade it to the intermediate level, it was definitely worth it. It's time for you to die. Yixian looked at the several huge figures in the field and suddenly drew his bow. Sharpshooter. 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 After merging with the pugilist bloodline, Yixian's hand speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, several spiritual arrows were shot out. Zhao Pan and the rest closed their eyes and found that there was a bloody hole in their opponent's body. In an instant, 4 or 5 spirit beasts were killed. At this time, only 3 spirit beasts and the blood-red wolf were left. No, there was still one more. Zizi. A crisp sound entered Yixian's ears. Immediately after, Yixian felt a pain in his chest. He had been pecked by the little sparrow again. However, the intermediate level 100 flower bloodline had already dispelled the numbing effect once. Therefore, this numbing effect was no longer effective on Yixian. You little sparrow, die for me too. Yixian looked at the little sparrow that was fleeing in panic and suddenly drew his bow. Shio. Pooh! The sparrow, which was only the size of a palm, was shot through by the arrow and fell from the sky. At this time, Zhao Pan suddenly shouted, Yixian, don't worry about us. Go help Uncle Wen. Now that the pressure had been reduced, there were only 3 spirit beasts at the peak of the true spirit realm left, and they were also at the peak of the true spirit realm. With Zhao Pan's help, it should be easy to deal with the intermediate level spirit artifact sword. However, it was different on Zhao Chongwen's side. Yixian glanced around and saw Zhao Chongwen fighting with the blood-red wolf. Coincidentally, at this time, the blood wolf pounced and knocked Zhao Chongwen down. Then, with a bite, it actually bit off Zhao Chongwen's right arm. Not good. Seeing this scene, Yixian's expression changed. Zhao Chongwen's right arm had been bitten off. Then his head would be next. Woo! The blood-red wolf did not swallow the right arm. Instead, it spat it to the side and opened its mouth, ready to bite off Zhao Chongwen's head. At this time, Xiao! Pooh! The sound of the arrow piercing through the air disappeared. The lightning-fast arrow directly penetrated the blood-red wolf's body. The blood-red wolf's appetite was thus interrupted. As expected of a spirit beast at the peak of the true element realm, my great precision did not penetrate it. Yixian was shocked. However, he did not dare to be careless. He quickly flew over and shot a few arrows at the same time. Although the extremely penetrative 100 steps piercer didn't pierce through the blood giant wolf's body, it was still able to injure it. Therefore, Yixian still had the strength to fight. Xiao! 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 The sound of the arrows piercing through the air was heard. Before the blood-red wolf could react, it was shot several times. However, it cleverly avoided its vital parts and was not killed instantly. Woo! The blood-red wolf was very angry. It was just about to eat when it was interrupted by Yixian. Then, it changed its target and pounced on Yixian. Yixian, run! Zhao Chongwen shouted. However, Yixian did not seem to hear him. One man and one wolf faced each other and instantly clashed. At such a close distance, the bow and arrow were useless. Therefore, Yixian directly took out the cold light sword. 10,000 Flower Sword Technique, 3rd level. As Yi Xian stabbed out with his sword, a burst of spirit energy shot out from the tip of the cold light sword. In an instant, the spirit energy split into 72 rays of light and attacked the giant blood-red wolf. Because there were too many of them, the blood-red wolf was instantly pierced. One of its eyes was even blinded. Good chance. The blood-red wolf paused. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian suddenly punched the wolf's forehead with his left fist. Spirit-level martial technique, Tiger Wolf Roar. End of chapter. Chapter 151. That powerful impact instantly poured out in torrents. However, before the two of them could make contact, another burst of impact came in contact with each other. Tiger Wolf Double Roar. Boom. The blood-red wolf, which weighed at least 2 tons, was knocked back several meters. The claw marks on its 4 limbs left 4 clear marks on the ground. This punch landed squarely on the blood-red wolf's forehead, making it dizzy. Yi Xian would not miss such a good opportunity. He immediately switched weapons. Sharpshooter, die for me. Swish. A cold light flashed and directly entered the eyes of the blood-red giant wolf, penetrating its head. The violent spiritual force rolled its head into meat paste, causing it to die instantly. The blood-red wolf was dead. However, at this moment, there were still 2 spiritual beasts struggling at death's door. The speed at which Yi Xian killed the blood-red wolf was much faster than Zhao Pan and the others. This strength was enough to intimidate everyone present. Impossible, impossible, you actually killed Lord Demon Wolf. This is impossible. The neutral voice suddenly cried out involuntarily. You evil remnant of the beast god sect, see if I don't find you. Yi Xian's expression turned serious. He instantly fused another bloodline. Mid-level supersonic bat bloodline. After the fusion, Yi Xian suddenly closed his eyes. His body also emitted waves of invisible energy. This was the effect of the supersonic bat bloodline. It could use echoes to locate its target. Although the distance was only a few hundred meters, this was a small valley. Found it. Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes and drew his bow in a certain direction. Sharpshooter, sharpshooter. Swish. The cold light directly entered the forest. Yi Xian coldly snorted and put down the star-chasing bow. At this moment, Zhao Pan and the others had just killed the last 2 spiritual beasts. The field was littered with corpses. Zhao Pan and the others were so shocked that they could not speak. The blood-red wolf that bit off Zhao Chongwen's arm was actually killed by Yi Xian. Wasn't this strength a little too heaven-defying? Senior, are you okay? Yi Xian maintained his calm and hurriedly rushed forward to check on Zhao Chongwen's injuries. Zhao Chongwen was also shocked. However, he looked at the broken arm that was still holding the cold light sword and shook his head helplessly. Sigh, it seems that I have to practice my sword with my left hand in the future. Not necessarily, Yi Xian suddenly said. He directly retrieved Zhao Chongwen's severed arm and connected it to Zhao Chongwen's wound. At the same time, he took out a pill and handed it over. Senior, take this pill. What is this? Zhao Chongwen was a little surprised, but after asking, he swallowed the pill. Yi Xian's a little bit. Right now, he trusted Yi Xian very much. If it wasn't for the latter, his head would have been bitten off. However, what happened next completely stunned him. He felt his broken arm begin to itch, as if it was bitten by 10,000 ants. But he could still endure this pain. What shocked him was that the wound on his arm began to heal. After a few seconds, his arm was connected, and even the scar was gone. Zhao Chongwen was so shocked that he couldn't speak. It wasn't impossible to connect a broken arm, but it required a skilled medical expert. But Yi Xian only gave him a pill and it was connected. Did he eat a divine pill? This pill was exchanged by Yi Xian from the devouring system. One pill was worth 50,000 devouring points. It was extremely expensive. However, Yi Xian felt that he would buy it even if it cost him 100,000 points. This is a pill that this junior obtained by chance. As long as the wound hasn't healed, it can be reconnected. Yi Xian said slowly. Sigh, I'm old now. The world belongs to you youngsters. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid my head would be separated from my body. Zhao Chongwen said gratefully. Senior is too kind. If it wasn't for you holding back the demon wolf, I wouldn't have been able to kill it. Yi Xian said humbly. This was the truth. If it wasn't for Zhao Chongwen, they would have been completely wiped out. Similarly, if it wasn't for him, Zhao Pan and the others would have become the demon wolf's meal. What happened to the beast god sect? Zhao Chongwen stood up and asked. I killed him. Yi Xian replied. That's good. Don't let him escape. The beast god sect has a secret technique that can increase the strength of spirit beasts at the cost of their lifespan. Zhao Chongwen said emotionally. Hearing this, Yi Xian finally understood why these spirit beasts were so strong. Since Zhao Chongwen was fine, Yi Xian began his most important task, cleaning up the mess. However, he didn't devour all of the corpses. He kept the cores. There were a total of 12 true spirit realm spirit beast cores, 1 true element middle stage, and 1 true element peak stage. As for the corpses, he devoured them all. However, the value of the corpses and cores were too different. Only the true element peak stage blood red wolf gave Yi Xian 100,000 devouring points. When Yi Xian finished collecting the corpses, the 2 consecrators also brought over the corpse of the beast god sect survivor. Looking at the corpse that looked like an old man in his 70s or 80s, Zhao Chongwen sighed. As expected, he used his lifespan as the price to forcefully increase the rank of the spirit beast. Even if he didn't die, he wouldn't be able to live for long. With his supersonic bat bloodline, Yi Xian could determine that there were no other spirit beasts in this small valley. With this, the matter of the beast god sect could be considered to have come to an end. However, this time, the emperor had sent Yi Xian to eliminate the beast god sect survivor. Hence, he still had to hand over the loot. After being saved by Yi Xian, Zhao Chongwen was grateful and directly said, Yi Xian, it's all thanks to you this time. I can make the decision this time. You only need to hand over the blood wolf's core to the emperor. The rest is yours. Thank you, senior. Yi Xian hurriedly expressed his gratitude. The value of a true element peak stage spirit beast's core had already exceeded his imagination. He didn't dare to take it all for himself. Furthermore, he heard that the old ancestor of the profound Sun Empire was at the true element peak stage. With this core, he might be able to break through to the true profound realm. This was a huge breakthrough. At that time, the strength of the profound Sun Empire would increase greatly. Yi Xian had already devoured all the corpses on the ground, and his cultivation had increased by quite a bit. Immediately, he took out 4 spirit beast inner cores at the peak of the true spirit level and gave them to Zhao Pan and the others. Zhao Pan and the other 3 didn't put in much effort today, but they were all at the true spirit realm. This core was extremely important to them. With the core, their chances of breaking through would be much higher. Hence, they didn't refuse. After that, Yi Xian took out the true element early stage purple striped warbear's core. Suddenly, he remembered that he had already devoured the core. End of chapter. Chapter 152. Fortunately, Zhao Chongwen had told him that he had reached the bottleneck and would be able to break through if he couldn't pass it. In that case, Yi Xian would devour all of the remaining spirit beast's inner cores without exception. In an instant, his devour points skyrocketed by hundreds of thousands. 650,000 devouring points. I didn't think I would be so rich. However, middle-grade spirit-level martial techniques are too expensive. I don't think it's enough. Yi Xian felt helpless. After swallowing so many things, he still had a long way to go before he could break through. The remnants of the beast god sect had been eradicated, and Yi Xian and the others were unharmed. Therefore, they left immediately and prepared to report back to the imperial capital. However, things weren't that simple. General Yi is so young and promising. He's only 16 years old and he's already in the true energy realm. The raging fire empire is doomed. Even a peak true energy realm spirit beast couldn't do anything to him. He'll definitely pass the soaring sky mansion's test. General Ye's talent is rare even in a high-ranked empire. Along the way, the 2 consecrators kept praising him. They felt that they had wasted most of their lives. Jiang Xian's impression of Yi Xian had changed. Now that he had obtained another spirit beast core, he was extremely grateful to Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian wasn't proud. Killing a peak true energy realm crimson wolf wasn't a big deal. Not to mention that the wolf had just been revived and was weak. Moreover, he was a human who could use true energy realm martial techniques and spirit weapons. His intelligence was much higher than a spirit beast's. Soon, they walked out of the Black Wind Mountain. The demonic beasts along the way were all swallowed by Yi Xian and the others. Their cultivation base had improved a lot. Now, Zhao Chongwen was so shocked that he couldn't speak. He saw Yi Xian swallowing thousands of demonic beasts with his own eyes. How big was his interspatial ring? An interspatial ring was worth 10 lower-grade crystal stones. Under normal circumstances, it was around 100 cubic meters. However, Yi Xian's interspatial ring was probably more than 10,000 cubic meters. However, what they did not know was that Yi Xian's devouring space was very cheap. One devouring point could increase the devouring space by 1 cubic meter, so it was almost infinite. Furthermore, Yi Xian had chosen to devour them directly and did not put them away. There were very few things in his space. Zhao Chongwen did not think too much about it. After all, Yi Xian had already created several miracles. However, just as they were about to leave Black Wind Mountain, Yi Xian suddenly stopped in his tracks. "Hold on." Yi Xian stopped in his tracks and said, "What's wrong?" Zhao Pan asked. "This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page," asked in astonishment. "There seems to be someone." Yi Xian suddenly closed his eyes and carefully sensed his surroundings. With the supersonic bat bloodline, he was about 500 meters away. With his probing, he really did discover a few people sneaking around in the forest. Just now, he had only heard a trace of movement. He did not expect that there was actually someone. Right at this moment, an explosive shout suddenly rang out. "Kill." Following that, several sharp sounds of something breaking through the air could be heard. "Someone's ambushing us. Be careful," Yi Xian shouted. What was even more unexpected was that those people who were sneakily hiding in the woods would actually attack them directly. Could they be bandits or mountain bandits? But in the next moment he immediately rejected that idea. Because these people were all true energy realm experts. Boom, boom. The ambushers' attacks were fast, but Yi Xian was even faster. In an instant, these attacks were scattered. Zhao Chongwen and the others also reacted and hurriedly took out their weapons to counterattack. "Who are you scoundrels?" Zhao Chongwen shouted. "Dead people don't need to know." Someone on the other side replied. Yi Xian did a rough calculation. The other side had 3 true energy realm experts and 6 peak true spirit realm experts. In the Profound Sun Empire, only the Profound Sun Imperial family had such strength. However, Zhao Chongwen was a member of the imperial family and Zhao Pan was the crown prince, so it was impossible. "It's the Raging Fire Empire's spies in our country. Kill them." Zhao Chongwen immediately understood the situation and fought back. "Is that so?" Hearing this, Yi Xian did not care so much anymore. Since they dared to attack them, only death awaited them. The 3 true energy realm experts were already charging towards them. As for the other 6, they were assisting from afar. "Sharpshooter." Yi Xian's right hand moved quickly. In a second, 6 arrows were shot out, directly killing the 6 peak true spirit realm experts. "What?" The 3 true energy realm experts were shocked. Before they could rush over, 6 of their subordinates had been killed by Yi Xian. "I'll hold Zhao Chongwen back." "You guys kill that kid and the others first," an old man shouted. "With just the 2 of you?" Zhao Chongwen sneered when he heard those words. The Profound Sun Empire and the Raging Fire Empire were both low-ranked empires with similar strength. Most importantly, they were only at the early stage of the true energy boundary. Excluding Yi Xian, Zhao Chongwen, who had a middle-grade spirit artifact, had the ability to stop 2 of them. With Zhao Pan and the other 4, killing these 3 was a piece of cake. Not to mention, there was also Yi Xian, who had killed the peak true spirit realm expert, Xuelang. The 2 sides instantly came into contact. Zhao Chongwen only exchanged blows with the old man. As for the other 2, they were given to Yi Xian and the others. A true energy realm expert had his eyes on Yi Xian. He directly rushed to Yi Xian's side and stabbed out with his sword. "Lotus armor." Yi Xian instantly formed a large lotus and wrapped himself in it. When the sword stabbed into the lotus armor, it did not break. What? True energy realm? This expert was shocked. Just now, Yi Xian had killed 6 of their peak true spirit realm experts the moment he made a move. This method wasn't something that a young man could possess. But now, he actually felt that Yi Xian was not condensing his true energy, but his true energy. Do you think you've offended the wrong person? Yi Xian smiled. He raised his right hand and instantly chopped off the expert's right arm. Then, he kicked out and sent the expert flying. By the time the expert reacted, he found himself flying. He glanced around and realized that his arm was already flying. Yi Xian raised his hand again and caught the expert's weapon. Devour! The low-grade spirit artifact was directly devoured, and the severed arm fell to the ground. With Yi Xian's current strength, killing the opponent was as easy as snapping a finger. However, when he saw that Zhao Pan and the others were at ease, he immediately started to play. Not good, run. The expert immediately realized that he was no match for Yi Xian and immediately turned to flee. You want to escape from me? Don't even think about it. Myriad Flower Sword, 3rd level, die for me. Yi Xian turned into a streak of light and instantly intercepted the true energy realm expert. Then he casually stabbed out with his sword. Pooh! 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 The expert's eyes widened. He did not even have time to use his defensive martial arts before his body was pierced into a sieve and died instantly. End of chapter. Chapter 153. Seeing the true energy boundary expert lying in a pool of blood, Yi Xian snorted lightly. He turned around and saw that Zhao Chongwen and Zhao Pan had the upper hand. Mid-grade spiritual weapon? Impossible, how can you have a mid-grade spiritual weapon? The old man shouted. The one in this fatty's hand is also one. Another true energy boundary expert exclaimed. Wrong information, let's go. The old man shouted. Zhao Chongwen's eyes flickered as he shouted, You think you can come and go as you please? Who do you think Zhao Chongwen is? Say. A cold light flashed and the old man's severed arm flew into the air. One side was a low-grade spiritual weapon, while the other side was a mid-grade spiritual weapon. The difference was too great, and the old man was no match for Zhao Chongwen. On the other hand, the opponent of Zhao Pan's group reacted quickly. In the blink of an eye, he was dozens of meters away, preparing to enter the forest. With me here, you still want to leave? At this time, Yi Xian suddenly raised his hand and aimed at the old man's back, shooting out a 100-step piercing arrow. Pooh! The arrow pierced through the old man's head, and he fell to the ground. No, impossible! The old man shouted when he saw that he was the only one left. However, Zhao Chongwen did not show any mercy at all. With a sweep of the sword, the old man's other arm was sent flying, leaving only his 2 legs. Fortunately, his movement technique was quite good, and he managed to pull away from Zhao Chongwen in an instant. Yi Xian raised his hand, preparing to kill the old man, but at this time, Zhao Chongwen suddenly said, Don't kill him, leave him alive. Hearing this, Yi Xian's left hand moved down. Xiu! The old man's left knee was hit, and he lost his balance and fell to the ground. With both arms cut off and one leg crippled, this old man could be considered to be crippled. Zhao Chongwen shot forward and captured him in an instant. You're from the Raging Fire Empire, right? Zhao Chongwen asked. Just kill me, I won't tell you anything. The old man gritted his teeth, looking like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. I never thought that the Raging Fire Empire would actually send 3 true element boundary experts here. It seems that I have underestimated you. Your target this time should be these 3, right? Zhao Chongwen guessed. Sure enough, when those words were spoken, the old man's face twitched. Bang! Zhao Chongwen slapped the top of the old man's head. That powerful quintessential essence instantly smashed the old man's brain into pieces. He wasn't prepared to ask for any information, but this time, it was obvious that the other party's information was wrong. He didn't expect Yi Xian and the others to be so strong. Clean up the battlefield. Looks like we'll have to change our route back. Zhao Chongwen was feeling somewhat concerned. Since there were spies, there might be more than that. This time, there were only 3 true element boundary martial artists. They could still deal with them, But what if the next one was 3 true element boundary martial artists? Yi Xian and the others also cleaned up the battlefield. These people all had Qian Kun rings in their hands. Yi Xian had also obtained quite a lot, but these people were specially sent to the profound Sun Empire for a mission, so they wouldn't have too many things. With such an episode, Zhao Chongwen didn't dare to be careless, so he deliberately took a big detour. Their speed was considered fast, and it only took them 7 days to return to the imperial capital. When Zhao Chongguang heard about this, he was shocked and told Yi Xian not to leave the imperial capital for the next few days. Yi Xian did the same. In a month's time, they would compete with the Raging Fire Empire for the 3 spots in the Soaring Sky Mansion. Therefore, the 3 of them still had to hide their strength to avoid any accidents. Previously, Zhao Pan had broken through to the peak True Spirit realm with the help of the intermediate True Spirit pill. Now that he had obtained a peak True Spirit realm Spirit Beast's inner core, there was a high chance that he could break through. However, he and Xianxia had disappointed Yi Xian. After they consumed the inner core, they couldn't break through, so they were still stuck at the peak True Spirit realm. However, this didn't matter. With the intermediate spiritual weapon, the Cold Light Sword, it shouldn't be a problem for them to get a spot. More than a month's time passed very quickly. Today, Yi Xian was going to head to the border. The location of the battle was actually the unclaimed land between the 2 countries. It was said that the experts from the Soaring Sky Mansion would be the judges, so there was no need to worry about fairness. Moreover, to prevent any accidents, Zhao Chongguang personally escorted them. Not only that, even the Zhao family's 100-year-old ancestor came. The Blood Wolf's inner core that Yi Xian had brought back had already been consumed by this peak True Energy Realm old ancestor. Originally, this old ancestor was stuck at the peak True Energy Realm, but with this Blood Wolf's inner core, he directly broke through the shackles and entered the True Darkness Realm. With his escort, it was absolutely safe. This time, Yi Xian was still riding a Spirit Beast Great Peng. This Spirit Beast Great Peng was even bigger than Zhao Chongwen's. It was said to be at the middle stage of the True Spirit Realm. In less than 2 days, they would arrive at the location of the battle. Of course, before leaving, Yi Xian also asked Huaying to help rebuild Lianyun City. He estimated that when he returned, Lianyun City would definitely be different from before. On the back of the spiritual rock, Pan, Yi Xian, Xianxia, the 3 geniuses from the Raging Fire Empire have already reached the peak True Spirit Realm. Although you all have intermediate spiritual weapons, you can't be careless. Zhao Chongguang, who was wearing a white robe, said. Yi Xian and the other 2 nodded in response. The Soaring Sky Mansion was the key to determining the rise and fall of an empire. If they could enter the Soaring Sky Mansion, this empire would at least be able to develop into a high-rank empire in the future. Therefore, they had to get the spots, and they had to get all of them. Although Zhao Chongguang had not seen Yi Xian's strength with his own eyes, he had heard of it. Therefore, he was not worried about Yi Xian. He was worried about Zhao Pan and Xianxia. If they could get their hands on intermediate spiritual weapons, the Raging Fire Empire might be able to too. Moreover, there might be other unforeseen events. Don't give them any pressure. At this moment, a white-haired old man suddenly walked over. He was the previous emperor of the profound Sun Empire, Zhao Mubai. Greetings to the retired emperor. Yi Xian hurriedly cupped his fists and said. The person in front of him was a true profound realm expert, an entire realm higher than him. He was an existence that could kill him with a single slap. No need for formalities. This time, the reason why we sent out half of our experts is to prevent the Raging Fire Empire from playing any tricks. I'm afraid that they have hidden experts on the side, so there might be a big battle. If that happens, you all should not interfere. Zhao Mubai said to Yi Xian. Yi Xian glanced at Zhao Pan. If there was really a battle, it would be too uncomfortable for him to stand aside and watch. Imperial Grandfather, why can't we interfere? Zhao Pan asked in astonishment. If all 3 spots are taken by you, the Raging Fire Empire will definitely make things difficult for us. If a fight really breaks out, the Soaring Sky Mansion's envoy will definitely not let you take the risk, so you all should just stay here. Moreover, I've already broken through, and I have an intermediate spiritual weapon. Dealing with the raging fire empires people won't be a problem. Zhao Mubai explained. End of chapter. Chapter 154. Yes. Zhao Pan nodded, indicating that he had understood. The Raging Fire Empire and the Profound Sun Empire were similar in strength. The Raging Fire Empire's emperor was also at the peak of the true energy boundary. Moreover, they didn't dare to mobilize all of their forces, so the number of people they sent was about the same as the Profound Sun Empire. On the other hand, the Profound Sun Empire had Zhao Mubai and many mid-grade spiritual weapons, so it shouldn't be too difficult to kill the enemy. 2 days later, the spiritual rock appeared at the border. The unclaimed land between the two empires wasn't large, and the two empires' borders were only a few thousand meters apart. Yi Xian and the others landed at the border, and Zhao Mubai disguised himself before setting off. This time, my Zhao family has mobilized more than 10 true energy boundary experts, and with my royal grandfather, the Raging Fire Empire will definitely be destroyed. As long as these people from the Raging Fire Empire are destroyed, the entire empire will crumble and become a stepping stone for the Profound Sun Empire to become a mid-grade empire. Along the way, Zhao Pan whispered to Yi Xian. I hope so. Yi Xian nodded slightly, but for some reason his heart started to beat wildly again. It seemed like something was about to happen again. This group of people moved quickly, and in a short while, they arrived under a big tree in the middle of the two empires. This was the agreed location. At this time, there was already a middle-aged man sitting cross-legged under the big tree. At the same time, there were more than 10 figures beside him. It seems that the people from the Raging Fire Empire have arrived. The person sitting under the tree must be the Soaring Sky Mansion's envoy. Everyone hurry up. Zhao Chongguang said in his heart. He secretly calculated the number of people from the Raging Fire Empire, and found that there were exactly 18 of them, just like them. Seeing this, Zhao Chongguang smiled. With the same number of people, how could the Raging Fire Empire defeat them? They quickly walked over. When Zhao Chongguang's group got closer, the leader of the Raging Fire Empire took a few steps forward and snorted, Zhao Chongguang, you're really arrogant. How dare you make the envoy wait? Yuchuan, we're here on time. Zhao Chongguang snorted. This middle-aged man named Yuchuan was the emperor of the Raging Fire Empire, and his strength was the same as Zhao Chongguang, at the true energy boundary. Since you're here, let's begin. At this time, the middle-aged man under the big tree stood up. Immediately, an invisible pressure pressed down on Zhao Chongguang and the others. True profound realm. Not good, we came late and made Lord Envoy unhappy. Zhao Chongguang thought to himself without any doubt. At that moment, he cupped his fists in guilt. I'm sorry, Lord Messenger. Forget it. Come and draw lots to decide the order of battle. The middle-aged man ignored him and took out a lot pot from his interspatial ring. Zhao Chongguang led Yi Xian and the other two over and introduced them. Yu Chuan was the same. The two nations only had 3 quotas for the Soaring Heaven Mansion's assessment. Moreover, the rules of the battle were set by the Soaring Heaven Mansion. Both sides would first introduce their 3 geniuses, and then the envoys would draw lots to start the battle. This way, imposters would be prevented, and it would be considered fair. However, when Zhao Chongguang led Yi Xian and the others to the front of the middle-aged man, Yuchuan suddenly exchanged glances with the middle-aged man. Then, the middle-aged man suddenly attacked. His target was Zhao Chongguang. Zhao Chongguang did not expect this. He was directly hit in the shoulder and was instantly sent flying. Originally, the middle-aged man wanted to smash Zhao Chongguang's heart into pieces with one punch, but he didn't expect that there was suddenly a burst of qi that hit his fist, deflecting his fist, so Zhao Chongguang was only hit in the shoulder. The person who had obstructed his good deed was Yi Xian. It's you, kid? The middle-aged man glared at Yi Xian and threw another punch at him. He could feel that this kid in front of him was only at the early stage of the true energy realm. He could easily kill him with one punch. However, he did not expect him to be so naive. Spiritual level martial technique, Tiger Wolf Roar. Bang! The 2 fists collided, and the air billowed. However, this was not the end. Second level roar. Another loud sound rang out. The middle-aged man was actually forced to take a few steps back. He could only blame himself for being careless and thinking that he could kill Yi Xian. Go. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian grabbed Zhao Pan and Xianxia and quickly retreated. This scene happened too quickly. The entire crowd was silent. However, the retired emperor of the profound Sun Empire, Zhao Mubai, was the first to react and rushed out like an arrow. The crowd went over to greet him. At this moment, the injured Zhao Chongguang still did not understand why the Soaring Sky Mansion's envoy would suddenly attack them. Could it be that the envoy was bribed by the Raging Fire Empire? "Envoy, what are you doing?" Zhao Chongguang finally asked loudly. Fortunately, this true profound realm middle-aged man did not follow up with another attack. Instead, he looked at Yi Xian in astonishment. He, a true profound realm expert, was actually at a disadvantage in the hands of a true energy realm kid. He would talk about this later. He looked at Zhao Chongguang and grinned. "You are an emperor, but I did not expect you to be so stupid. Did I say that I am the envoy of the Soaring Sky Mansion?" Well, this answer also stunned the people of the profound Sun Empire. It turned out that this person was not the envoy of the Soaring Sky Mansion, but a fake. Fortunately, Yi Xian reacted in time. Otherwise, Zhao Chongguang would have been killed with one punch. "Ah, Zhao Chongguang, you did not expect this, did you? He is an expert from the Black Wind Empire who came to help me destroy you." Yu Chuan laughed loudly. The faces of the people of the profound Sun Empire were extremely gloomy. They thought that there might be a problem, but they did not expect that the other party could even recruit a true profound realm expert. The Black Wind Empire was a high-ranked empire. I also did not expect that such a young true energy realm expert would appear in a low-ranked empire like yours. This really surprised me. The middle-aged man's gaze fell on Yi Xian. When Yi Xian attacked just now, Yu Chuan was nearby. He clearly felt that Yi Xian was condensing true energy. "Your profound Sun Empire is smaller than my Raging Fire Empire, but you can produce such a genius. I am really envious. It is a pity that none of you can leave today." Yu Chuan's eyes were filled with killing intent as he said, "Before the envoy of the Soaring Sky Mansion arrives, I will kill all of you first. This way, the quota will belong to my Raging Fire Empire." This plan was not flawless. If the envoy of the Soaring Sky Mansion arrived early, the matter would be exposed. However, this was not a problem, as long as the expert of the Black Wind Empire was hidden in the crowd. After all, the envoy of the Soaring Sky Mansion would not care about the battle between the two empires. At most, he would protect the holder of the quota. "Yu Chuan, it seems that you are going to kill us?" Zhao Chongguang stood up while holding his almost crippled shoulder. End of chapter. Chapter 155. Yu Chuan smirked. "Do you think there's still hope?" Before he could finish his sentence, a black-robed elder walked out and said in a loud voice, "You're not the only ones with true darkness realm." As he spoke, an aura that was stronger than most of the people present spread out. It was Zhao Mubai. What? Yu Chuan and the middle-aged man were shocked. The profound Sun Empire had a true darkness realm expert? "Hey, I almost didn't recognize you. I thought you were dead." "Zhao Mubai?" Yu Chuan said with a smile. Now that both sides had true darkness realm combat power, it was hard to say who would win. The morale of the profound Sun Empire's side didn't drop. After all, they still had a few cold light swords. With these middle-grade spiritual weapons, they could definitely catch their opponents off guard. However, the Raging Fire Empire wasn't afraid because they still had a trump card. "Zhao Mubai, take a look. Who am I?" An old voice sounded. A black-robed man walked out from the Raging Fire Empire's side. He took off his bamboo hat and mask, revealing his face. When they saw his face, Zhao Mubai and the others' faces changed. "Yu Liang, I didn't expect you to come too," Zhao Mubai said in shock. Yu Liang was the previous emperor of the Raging Fire Empire, who was at the peak of true energy realm. No, not the peak of true energy realm. The aura that Yu Liang emitted was at the true darkness realm. Not good. The profound Sun Empire's side trembled. The other side had two true darkness realm experts. This was going to be troublesome. "I didn't expect you to break through too. Congratulations." However, Today is the day you die. After you die, the profound Sun Empire will be annexed by the raging Fire Empire. Yu Liang didn't want to waste time. After he finished speaking, he said to Yu Chuan, "Stop talking. Let's do it. Things might change if we delay." "Yes, father." Yu Chuan nodded and then shouted, "Kill, don't leave a single one alive." The battle broke out in an instant. Before he finished speaking, Zhao Chongguang also shouted, "Leave the Black Wind Empire to me. Zhao Muyan, I'll leave Yu Liang to you." "All right." An old man shouted. He was the second strongest martial artist of the Zhao family, at the peak of the true element realm. Adding the cold light sword, it was not impossible for him to fight against a true profound realm martial artist. Both parties instantly. Suddenly, he launched an attack. The light of the blade and the shadow of the sword were confusing. Now, Yi Xian had no choice but to make a move. He never thought that things would develop to this point. The Raging Fire Empire had two true profound realm experts, but they only had one. Although they had several cold light swords, if another accident happened, then the profound Sun Empire would be finished. "Anyone who dares to stop me must die." Immediately, a wave of anger surged into Yi Xian's heart as he directly took out the star-chasing bow. "Sharpshooter! Sharpshooter! Sharpshooter!" In the blink of an eye, he shot out 3 swift attacks. 2 powerhouses from the Raging Fire Empire were unable to react in time and were directly pierced through, but they were still alive. Yi Xian understood that the key to this battle was him. As long as he quickly weakened the Raging Fire Empire's strength, then victory would belong to them. If this dragged on, then there would be accidents. After merging with the intermediate fighter bloodline, his right hand was like a phantom, and ordinary people could not see it clearly. He quickly plucked the bowstring and continuously shot out powerful attacks. The 3 arrows of the second round directly took the life of a true element realm martial artist. "Everyone be careful, there is an expert with excellent archery, kill him." A true element realm martial artist of the Raging Fire Empire shouted. "Let me do it." Immediately, an expert locked his eyes on Yi Xian and madly ran towards him. At this moment, a figure suddenly blocked in front of Yi Xian. "If you want to touch him, you have to pass through me first." This person was the Emperor of the profound Sun Empire, Zhao Chongguang. Although he was injured by the Black Wind Empire's expert, it was only his left shoulder. He could still move his right hand, and with the addition of his intermediate spiritual weapon, his combat strength was quite high. His current mission was to protect Yi Xian, Zhao Pan, and Xianxia. However, Yi Xian did not need anyone to protect him. "Uncle, you protect the 2 of them." Yi Xian directly shouted and rushed out. The star-chasing bow in his hand was already gone, replaced by the frostlight sword. "Good boy, you dare to kill my people of the Raging Fire Empire, go to hell." The intermediate true element realm martial artist shouted angrily and threw a punch at Yi Xian. For a martial artist of this level, the power of an all-out attack was extremely terrifying. If this punch were to hit, if this punch landed on a vital point, it would definitely be able to kill him instantly. However, Yi Xian was not afraid of anyone when it came to fighting with fists. Spiritual level martial art, Tiger Wolf Roar. Second level Roar. Boom. The intermediate true element realm martial artist's arm was instantly broken, and a loud sound was mixed with a crisp sound. This was the sound of his bones breaking. A mere intermediate true spirit realm martial artist dares to find trouble with me, die. Taking advantage of the moment when his opponent temporarily lost the ability to attack, Yi Xian suddenly attacked with his right hand. The third level of the Myriad Flower Sword. 72 streaks of light easily broke through the martial artist's true essence defense and stabbed into his body. His head, throat, and heart were all hit, causing him to die instantly. Instant kill. The Myriad Flower Sword was one of Yi Xian's favorite martial arts techniques. It was really hard to defend against. Unless one had a spiritual level defensive martial art, or had a speed that surpassed Yi Xian's, Yi Xian would not miss. The martial artist's corpse fell to the ground with a plop. The surrounding martial artists were all shocked. A true element boundary martial artist had actually been killed in an instant. Was this kid at the peak of the true element realm? However, while they were still in shock, Yi Xian had already taken away the martial artist's interspatial ring and rushed out again. In a chaotic battle like this, it was easy to injure one's own people. Therefore, close combat was the way to go. Tiger wolf roar. Myriad flower sword. Lotus armor. Green lotus steps. Yi Xian was also in a killing frenzy. His battle intent was burning to the limit. He knew the people from the profound Sun Empire, so he would not kill the wrong person. Boom. Gotcha! Each of Yi Xian's punches was able to cripple an enemy. With another strike, he could take his opponent's life. In less than 5 seconds, he had killed 3 enemies. This speed was already beyond everyone's expectations. At the same time, his high profile also attracted Yu Liang's attention. This kid's talent is monstrous. If he enters the soaring sky mansion, the raging fire empire will be finished. We can't let him live, Yu Liang said in his heart. He took advantage of an opening and sent Zhao Muyan flying. At the same time, he also took Zhao Muyan's cold light sword. End of chapter. Chapter 156. Not good, be careful. Zhao Mu cried out in alarm. He saw that Yu Liang didn't take advantage of the situation to chase after him and kill him. Instead, he flew towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian heard the shout and turned around. He was almost scared to death. Yu Liang was a true darkness realm martial artist and had stolen a mid-grade spiritual weapon. He was not someone an initial true energy realm martial artist could deal with. He immediately took out his star-chasing bow and retreated as he attacked. Boom! Boom! Although Yu Liang was only at the early stage of the true profound realm, he was still 3 realms higher than the early stage of the true element realm. Under the suppression of his realm, Yi Xian's 100 steps piercing yang had no effect at all, and was defeated without exception. What a fast speed! He's almost catching up to me. The difference between our realms is too big. I should run first. Yi Xian quickly turned around and ran with all his might. He wanted to lure Yu Liang away so that he would not have to fear the raging fire empire martial artists. However, when Yi Xian turned around, he was shocked to see that Yu Liang's speed had suddenly increased. Yu Liang was determined to kill Yi Xian. Not good. Yi Xian's face sank. Although he could kill a middle true energy realm martial artist, he had not reached the level where he could fight a true darkness realm martial artist alone. Damn it, I don't have enough points to buy a mid-grade spiritual martial art for escaping. I can only learn this. Yi Xian quickly exchanged for an item in the devouring system. It was a formation and cost Yi Xian 100,000 devouring points. Mid-grade fog formation activate. A surge of true essence gushed out in an instant, followed by a sizzling sound in the surroundings. Yu Liang, who was madly chasing after Yi Xian, suddenly realized that a mist had formed around Yi Xian. Moreover, the speed at which it was formed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it covered Yi Xian's back. Spiritual formation? Yu Liang immediately reacted and his killing intent intensified. I didn't expect this kid to have so many tricks up his sleeves. He must die. Yu Liang made up his mind and struck out with his palm, preparing to disperse the fog in front of him. However, this fog was very large and instantly spread out over 100 meters. Because of this, Yu Liang lost sight of Yi Xian and could only use his ears to braid him. Over here. Die for me. Yu Liang felt that something was fishy. He immediately slashed out a few times, but all of them missed. Swish. At this time, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Boom. Boom. Yu Liang once again defeated the arrow and shouted, "Stinking brat, come out." On the other side, Yi Xian stood up a little and sneered inwardly, "This old man is indeed powerful. Let's see who will die first." He suddenly closed his eyes. Next, he would use his ears and the ability of the supersonic bat to counterattack. Boom, boom, boom. Both sides continued to attack each other. At first, Yu Liang was able to counterattack a few times, but later he was constantly on the defensive and Yi Xian was the one attacking. Impossible. How can this kid know where I am? Yu Liang could not believe it. He was also moving, but Yi Xian could always find his position. It would be fine if it happened once or twice, But if it happened every time, it would be too strange. One had to know that he was a true Darkness Realm martial artist, and yet he could not deal with a true Energy Realm martial artist. This made him feel ashamed. No matter what, you must die. Yu Liang began to attack wildly. Now, he no longer tried to determine Yi Xian's position and attacked randomly. However, after attacking wildly for a while, he realized something. Yi Xian was nowhere to be seen. "Old man, look over there." A voice suddenly rang out from afar. It was Yi Xian's voice. It was also at this time that the fog suddenly disappeared bit by bit. Not long after, it completely disappeared. Yu Liang looked over and was shocked to find that Yi Xian had returned to the battlefield. Now, the battlefield was a mess. Corpses were everywhere, and all of them were the bodies of the Raging Fire Empire's martial artists. None of the Dark Sun Empire's martial artists died. How is this possible? Yu Liang's eyes widened in disbelief. They had two true Darkness Realm martial artists on their side. How could they lose? He looked around and did not find the other true Darkness Realm martial artist. He was not on the ground either, so he must have run away. Damn it, that bastard. I paid a lot of money and he ran away just like that? He almost died of anger because he saw his son lying on the ground, although he did not know where his head was. Yu Liang, accept your fate. Zhao Mubai he walked over with a group of people. This time, the Dark Sun Empire had won a complete victory, and only a few of them were injured. Most importantly, the Raging Fire Empire's martial artists had died. Only Yu Liang and the three true Spirit Realm martial artists were left. No, impossible. Why do you have so many medium spiritual weapons? Yu Liang shook his head desperately. He could not believe that he had lost so ridiculously. Because the Dark Sun Empire has a medium spiritual weapon blacksmith. Zhao Mubai walked over and said slowly, "How is that possible? Who is it?" Yu Liang asked loudly. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly took a step forward. "I'm sorry, those cold light swords were all made by me. Look at the top of the sword hilt, don't you see two words?" Yu Liang looked at the sword hilt. Indeed, there were two words at the top of the sword hilt. "Yi Xian." Yu Liang read it out loud. "That's right, it's me." Yi Xian smiled. Boom. This answer was like a bolt from the blue, and Yu Liang was shocked speechless. Even he couldn't kill such a young true element realm martial artist, and he was actually a blacksmith who could forge a middle-grade spirit artifact. Was the Dark Sun Empire really such an outstanding place? Yu Liang, the winner takes all. Die. Zhao Mubai did not waste time talking nonsense with him. He directly slashed at Yu Liang. Yu Liang did not resist and was directly beheaded by this slash. Phew! When Yu Liang's head was tossed up, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that they had won this battle. Royal Grandfather, what about these three? Zhao Pan suddenly pointed at the three geniuses of the Raging Fire Empire in the distance. The three geniuses of the Raging Fire Empire were frightened by this scene. Yu Liang, a true Darkness Realm martial artist, was actually beheaded. The Raging Fire Empire was finished. Kill! Zhao Mubai shouted coldly. Following his order, a true energy boundary middle stage powerhouse charged out, and the three geniuses gave up and were killed in an instant. Phew, it's not easy. I didn't expect us to win this time. Zhao Chongguang sighed again. Stop talking, let's clean up the mess first. Zhao Mubai said as he waved his hand and collected all the interspatial rings on the corpses. However, at this time, a giant rock suddenly flew over from the horizon. Everyone turned their heads to look, and their faces became serious. End of chapter. Chapter 157. Soaring Sky Rock. It's the messenger of Soaring Sky Mansion. Zhao Chongguang exclaimed. This time, he was sure that it was the messenger of Soaring Sky Mansion because in the entire eastern region, only Soaring Sky Mansion had such a rock. This rock was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it flew above everyone's heads and slowly descended. A man in his 30s jumped down from the rock's back. Looking at the corpses on the ground, he asked in astonishment, "What happened?" Lord Messenger, Raging Fire Empire found an expert from Black Wind Empire to pretend to be Lord Messenger. They wanted to kill everyone from Profound Sun Empire, But their scheme didn't succeed. Zhao Mubai explained. He could feel that the man in front of him was also at true profound realm, and even higher than him. Oh! The man was a little surprised. Black Wind Empire? Pretending to be me? What's his name? I think he's called Gao Yang. Zhao Mubai replied. This was what he heard in the battle just now. Gao Yang? How dare you? The man snorted coldly. Soaring Sky Mansion was the overlord of the eastern region, but someone dared to pretend to be them. They were really reckless. Now that everyone from Raging Fire Empire is dead, the 3 examination spots will all be given to Profound Sun Empire. Which 3 are they? The man asked again. At this time, Yi Xian took the lead and walked out. He respectfully clasped his hands. Greetings, Lord Messenger. The man glanced at him and was a little surprised. I didn't expect such talent to appear in a low-level empire. Not bad, not bad. This little fatty is also okay. The third one is a little old, but he meets the criteria. Lord Messenger, when will they? Zhao Mubai asked. Immediately, come on up. The man said and jumped on the rock's back. Yi Xian and the other 2 looked at each other and jumped on as well. Do you have anything else to say? The man turned to Yi Xian and asked. No. Yi Xian shook his head. The man continued, okay, then I'll take you to Soaring Sky Mansion. If you don't pass the examination and are still alive, I'll send you back. After he finished speaking, he patted the rock and it flew up. Yi Xian and the other 2 felt somewhat helpless. This man did not seem to have any confidence in them. Or could it be that the test was too difficult? Seeing Yi Xian and the other 2 leave on the Soaring Sky Rock, Zhao Mubai and the rest also looked at each other. This chapter does not end. Please turn the page, yes. Let's go. It's time to take care of the Raging Fire Empire. The Soaring Sky Rock began to fly towards the Soaring Sky Mansion. The man sat cross-legged on the back of the Soaring Sky Rock. He faced Yi Xian and the other 2 and asked, What are your names? Yi Xian. Zhao Pan. Jiang Xian. All right, I am Mo Wen, the guardian of the Lingxiao Mansion. The man first introduced himself, and then he said, Next, I'll directly send all of you to the Soaring Sky Mansion to participate in the test. However, this test is extremely cruel because my Soaring Sky Mansion wants elites. There are a few points that I need to explain to you all. If you have any questions, ask them on the spot. I won't wait until after the deadline. Firstly, not everyone can participate in the test. You have to go through a talent test. Yi Xian, you can pass. Zhao Pan can barely pass. As for Jiang Xian, I can't guarantee that he can participate in the test. Before he could finish speaking, Jiang Xian asked in shock, Why? I've said before that my Soaring Sky Mansion wants elites. How old are you? Mo Wen asked. 22. Very barely. Even a 20-year-old at the pinnacle of the true spirit realm might not pass. Of course, this is not certain, unless you have something extraordinary. As for the specifics, we will know when we get there. Mo Wen did not explain further and continued. Secondly, the test is divided into camps. You belong to the Great Tang Dynasty camp. Why is it the Great Tang Dynasty? Zhao Pan asked in surprise. Mo Wen explained, Our eastern region, excluding the Soaring Sky Mansion, has already been divided into 4 parts by the 4 big dynasties. You belong to the Great Tang Dynasty. Then what's the use of dividing into camps? Zhao Pan continued to ask. The 4 big dynasties of the eastern region will fight according to the dynasties. There will be a total of 2 rounds. If you lose the first round and the second round, you can only enter the Soaring Sky Mansion's Yellow Manor. Our Soaring Sky Mansion has a total of 4 manors: Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow. The Heavenly Manor is the best and is also the core of our Soaring Sky Mansion. The Earth Manor is second, the Profound Manor is third, and the worst is the Yellow Manor. After listening to Mo Wen's explanation, Yi Xian and the other 2 instantly understood. So, if our Great Tang Dynasty camp wins 2 rounds in a row, we will enter the Heavenly Manor, Yi Xian said slowly. That's right. Mo Wen nodded and continued. Thirdly, the test is very cruel. Not even 1 out of 10 will survive, so you have to be mentally prepared. Not even 1 out of 10 will survive. After hearing this, Yi Xian and the other two's hearts trembled violently. The competition was indeed very intense. After all, there were elites from various empires and super geniuses from the dynasties. The journey to the soaring sky mansion was very boring. After Mo answered Yi Xian and the other two's questions on the first day, he closed his eyes to rest and started practicing. He sat like this for 10 days, not opening his eyes once during this period. 10 days later, the soaring sky great Peng also flew into the mountain range. Wow, such abundant vital qi of heaven and earth. I have just entered and I can already feel the real spirit in my body stirring. In less than 2 days, I reckon I will be able to break through, Zhao Pan exclaimed. Me too, Xianxia said. As for Yi Xian, although he also felt the enormous vital qi of heaven and earth, he did not feel anything because he had relied on swallowing to level up. At this moment, the soaring sky rock suddenly descended and finally landed on a large open space. At the same time, Mo also woke up. Come on down, Mo said as he directly jumped to the ground. Yi Xian and the other two followed suit and jumped down. Follow me. I will first test your talents. Mo waved his hand and the soaring sky rock rose into the air and then disappeared into the horizon. Yi Xian began to look around and did not notice anything special. It was similar to a normal sect. He and Zhao Pan followed Mo for a while and finally entered a large hall. There was nothing else in the large hall except for an old man sitting cross-legged on the ground. In front of him was a white stone the size of a soccer ball. Elder, I have brought people back. Please test their talents, Mo walked over and said respectfully. Hearing this, the old man opened his eyes and used his turbid eyes to scan Yi Xian and the other two. He said, one by one, place your hands on this stone. Xianxia, you go first, Mo said from the side. Along the way, Xianxia was very nervous because Mo had said that with his talents, he might not be able to participate in the assessment. He was very unconvinced, but he was just a little older. However, since he was already here, he would know whether he was a dragon or a snake with a test. End of chapter. Chapter 158. Yi Xian sat down cross-legged and placed his right hand on the stone. Then, something strange happened. The stone suddenly turned green and flashed. Excellent, low grade. You can barely take the assessment, the elder said. Phew! Hearing these words, the huge rock in Xianxian's heart was finally lifted. Zhao Pan, Mo said calmly. At this moment, the stone returned to white after turning green. Then, Zhao Pan also sat down and placed his hand on the stone. It was still green, but it flashed twice. Excellent, medium grade. Not bad, the elder said coldly. Although he did not understand the situation, Zhao Pan still broke into a smile. Then he stood up and said, Yi Xian, it's up to you now. Yi Xian, who was the third to be tested, also sat down directly. Then he slowly extended his hand and placed it on the stone. Mo also could not help but hold his breath. When Yi Xian's hand touched the white stone immediately turned blue and flashed twice. Oh, excellent, medium grade. Not bad, not bad. The elder nodded satisfactorily. As expected, it is an excellent talent. Elder, I remember that an excellent medium grade can be accepted into the profound department manner as an exception, right? Mo said. That's right. You can enter the profound department manner in advance without taking the assessment, the elder nodded and replied. Mo turned his head and asked, Yi Xian, you now have a chance to enter the profound department manner directly. What do you think? Profound department manner? Yi Xian thought for a while. The Lingxiao manner had 4 manners: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. The profound department manner was ranked 3rd. To put it bluntly, it was the 2nd from the bottom. Forget it. I am willing to take the assessment. Yi Xian shook his head directly. As long as they won 1 round in the dynasty battle, they could enter the profound department manner. So, there was no need at all. Maybe the Tang dynasty could win 2 rounds in a row? Up to you. Mo did not insist. Then, Mo arranged a place for Yi Xian and the other 2 to stay. He also said that someone would bring them to take the assessment in 3 days. At the same time, one thing to note was that they could not fight in private. Otherwise, they would be disqualified. At this moment, in the courtyard, it seems to be the residence of the examinees from the Great Tang Dynasty. I will go and take a look first. After speaking, Zhao Pan left. Then, Jiang Xian had decided to go out for a walk. Now, only Yi Xian was left in the courtyard. After arriving here, Yi Xian felt an endless pressure. His aptitude was one of the best in the profound Sun Empire. However, the geniuses of the entire eastern region were gathered here. Those geniuses from high-ranked empires were probably not weaker than him. Moreover, they were all older than him. In other words, he was currently at a disadvantage. 16-year-old early-stage true energy realm martial artists might be rare, but 18 or 19-year-old middle-stage true energy realm martial artists or 20-year-old peak-stage true energy realm martial artists were quite common. Looks like I have to work hard to earn money, Yi Xian thought to himself. Currently, he still had hundreds of thousands of devouring points. Moreover, before he set off, he had also bought a lot of materials from Zhao Chongguang to craft a middle-grade spiritual weapon. As for mid-grade spirit artifacts, only the geniuses of high-ranked empires would possess them. They were rarely seen in mid-ranked empires, and low-ranked empires had none at all. Therefore, he could temporarily rely on this to level up. I'm about to level up as well. As long as I sell a few middle-grade spirit artifacts, I should be able to break through to mid-ranked true spirit realm. However, I still don't know what empires are nearby. Let's wait for Fatty Bro to come back first. Yi Xian thought to himself. With his strength, passing the test shouldn't be a problem. However, he had another goal, and that was to bring Zhao Pan and Jiang Xian through as well. He pondered for a while in the courtyard. Then, suddenly, a figure rushed in. It was Jiang Xian. Not good, something happened to Zhao Pan. Jiang Xian said in shock. Before they set off, they had already agreed that they would just call each other by their names. Otherwise, if they called Zhao Pan Crown Prince, they would definitely offend the geniuses of mid-ranked and high-ranked empires. Even the geniuses of dynasties would be offended because those empires also had crown princes. Seeing Jiang Xian like this, Yi Xian stood up and asked in surprise, "What happened?" Jiang Xian explained what had happened to him. Zhao Pan's body is too big. The other party thinks that Zhao Pan is polluting his eyes and wants Zhao Pan to kneel? After hearing this, Yi Xian was also in disbelief. Zhao Pan was a little fat, but there was no need to do this, right? What's the other party's background? Yi Xian asked again. I think it's a high-ranked empire. Jiang Xian gulped. A high-level empire, huh? Yi Zichen muttered under his breath. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. So what if it was a high-ranked empire? Did they think they could do whatever they wanted? At that moment, Yi Xian let Jiang Xian lead the way. At the same time, in an empty space. Kneel down. How dare you come to the Soaring Sky Mansion's test when you're so fat? Don't you feel ashamed? People from low-ranked empires are low-ranked. They probably don't have any other abilities besides eating. If you don't want that profound Sun Empire to be destroyed, then kneel down obediently. A group of youths gathered together and shouted. The one in the middle was Zhao Pan, who weighed 150 kilograms. In front of Zhao Pan was a young man dressed in luxurious clothes and accompanied by 2 attendants. So, what do you think? My father is the Grand Marshal of the Black Wind Empire. With a single order from him, your profound Sun Empire will be finished. The young man in luxurious clothes said mockingly. At this moment, Zhao Pan was also standing there in a daze. He didn't expect that he would get into so much trouble just by coming out for a walk. The Black Wind Empire was a high-ranked empire, while the profound Sun Empire was just a low-ranked empire. The former could easily destroy a low-ranked empire, so there was no comparison. However, the young man in luxurious clothes in front of him wanted him to kneel down and kowtow. Kneeling to the heavens, earth, and parents, even if he had a master, he only needed to bow. There was no need to kneel. Just as Zhao Pan was hesitating, the young man in luxurious clothes said, "Time's up. If you don't kneel in the next moment, don't blame me for being heartless." Hearing this, Zhao Pan made a decision in his heart. I'll kneel. Zhao Pan gritted his teeth and bent his knees. His body sank down. The surrounding people had a mocking look on their faces. The assessment was in 3 days, so they couldn't spend the next 3 days in boredom. They had to find something fun. Zhao Pan's expression was heavy. He was the only one who was humiliated. If this could get the other party to be merciful, then it wouldn't be a loss. Plop. Zhao Pan's fat body knelt on the ground. Ha, good, be obedient. Since you're kneeling, then it's time for you to kowtow, right? The young man in luxurious clothes laughed. At this time, one of the followers beside him said, "Why don't we let him call us grandpa a few more times?" Hearing this, the young man's eyes lit up and said, right, that's not bad. However, I don't want such a fat grandson. You, go take in this grandson. End of chapter. Chapter 159. That's right, that's not bad. But I don't want such a fat grandson. You, go take in this grandson. Before he could finish his words, Zhao Pan suddenly raised his head and glared at him. They had agreed that as long as he kowtowed, this matter would be settled. But now, the other party had changed his mind and even added a condition of calling him grandpa. He was clearly pushing his luck. Yo, you dare to glare at me? Do you believe that I won't send someone back to the Black Wind Empire to inform my father and destroy the Profound Sun Empire? The luxuriously dressed young man suddenly shouted. Put on. Every time the luxuriously dressed young man mentioned the Profound Sun Empire, Zhao Pan's heart would twitch violently. This world was a world of the strong, where the strong preyed on the weak. The weak would often become the toys of the strong. Even an empire was no exception. Fine, I'll call you grandpa. Zhao Pan gritted his teeth. Wait, first come, first served. Kowtow first, then call me grandpa. Do you know the rules? The luxuriously dressed young man said coldly. Zhao Pan clenched his fists, his body trembling. This time he did not refute. Instead, he opened his arms and pressed them on the floor, then bowed. Pooh! Zhao Pan's forehead hit something, but the sound was wrong, and the hardness was wrong. This was not the floor. When he looked up, he found that he had knocked into someone's palm. Yi Xian. Zhao Pan looked at the owner of the hand in astonishment and said in astonishment, "That's right, this was Yi Xian's hand." He had arrived just in time. Yi Xian, who arrived late, was not too late. He helped Zhao Pan up and said, "Fatty bro, what are you doing? Impudent, did I allow you to stand up?" Before Zhao Pan could say anything, an angry roar sounded, and at the same time, a gust of wind blew. The luxuriously dressed young man was furious. He kicked at Zhao Pan. He was a true energy intermediate stage expert. This kick could definitely break Zhao Pan's bones. However, Yi Xian did not allow him to be impudent. Pooh! Yi Xian casually struck out with his palm, sending the kick flying. Impudent, how dare you? Do you know who I am? The luxuriously dressed young man's eyes widened. A dog that only knows how to bite people. Yi Xian casually said as he helped Zhao Pan up. What did you say? The finely dressed youth almost went berserk. He was the son of a grand marshal of a high-ranked empire, yet he was actually scolded like a dog. Moreover, it was in front of so many people. This was simply heaven-defying. Just as he was about to make a move, the small-eyed lackey reminded him, "Don't make a move, there are rules." After being reminded like this, the young man in fine clothes was also stunned. He suddenly recalled that this was not the Black Wind Empire, but the Soaring Sky Mansion. Damn fatty, hurry up and kneel. Do you want your country to be destroyed? Black Wind Empire? Yi Xian had heard of this name before. Wasn't the true Profound Realm expert who disguised himself as the Soaring Sky Mansion's envoy from the Black Wind Empire? So what if it's the Black Wind Empire? It's just a high-ranked empire. You're stepping on the soil of the Soaring Sky Mansion. I'd like to see how much trouble I've caused. Yi Xian did not mind at all. Good, very good. Looks like you want your empire to be destroyed. The luxuriously dressed young man was so angry that his face turned ashen. At this moment, there were already close to 100 spectators gathered here. He was being insulted by someone from a low-level empire in public. This was extremely humiliating. Yi Xian smiled and said, I think you haven't woken up yet. This is the Soaring Sky Mansion. Unless you're disqualified, you won't be able to return for the time being. Moreover, the difficulty of the exam is not small. Whether you can return to the Black Wind Empire alive is still a problem. Moreover, you made the first move just now. Everyone here saw it clearly. As long as I report this matter, you'll be disqualified. Before he finished speaking, the luxuriously dressed young man's face changed and shouted, You dare? Haha, are you panicking? Yi Xian smiled and said, Of course I don't dare, but don't think that I'm afraid of you. If you're disqualified, won't you be able to destroy the profound Sun Empire sooner? These words made the luxuriously dressed young man feel relieved. He had indeed forgotten the rules just now. If the people from the Soaring Sky Mansion found out, he would definitely be disqualified. After all, the Black Wind Empire was only a high-ranked empire, and he was not the emperor. He was only the son of the Grand Marshal of the Armed Forces. Even if the emperor came, he would have to respectfully abide by the rules, let alone him. All right, I'm going to take my friend away. Is there anything else? If there's nothing else, then get lost. Yi Xian pulled Zhao Pan along, and after saying a few words, he directly walked out. No one dared to stop them. This was because their courage was not as big as Yi Xian's. Even people from mid-ranked empires did not dare to say anything in front of the luxuriously dressed young man. However, not only did Yi Xian do it, he even scolded him. Good, very good. I'll remember you. If I, Lin Zhirong, don't kill you, I'll take your surname. After leaving that troublesome place, Yi Xian directly brought Zhao Pan and Jiang Xian back to their residence. Yi Xian, this time you? Zhao Pan finally could not help but ask. Yi Xian sat down and said, Do you think that I'm irrational and made a big deal out of this? Zhao Pan nodded. Originally, he thought that after kowtowing and calling him grandfather, everything would be fine. Although it was embarrassing, it was better than his parents being killed and his entire empire being destroyed. You're too naive. They're obviously looking for fun. Even if you kowtowed and called them grandfather, they would not let you go. Furthermore, they would continue to take advantage of you. Then, they would treat you like a dog and even ask you to lick their shoes. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he paused for a moment before continuing. Now, although the matter has blown up, it's still all right. This is the Soaring Heaven Mansion, so they won't dare to do anything to us for the time being. As long as we pass the Soaring Heaven Mansion's test, even if we enter the Yellow Mansion, they won't dare to do anything to the profound Sun Empire. After listening to Yi Xian's words, Zhao Pan also felt that it made sense. But the Soaring Heaven Mansion's test is less than 1 in 10. Just now, there were many people in the true energy boundary. I'm afraid. Zhao Pan said worriedly. Aren't you about to break through? There are still 3 days before the test. Try to break through to the true energy boundary in these 3 days. Don't worry with me here, I will do my best to protect you. As long as you enter the Soaring Heaven Mansion, you can take revenge for kneeling down just now. Yi Xian said confidently. All right, I'll start cultivating now. Zhao Pan made a decision in his heart. Since the matter had already happened, there was no point in worrying. He could only work hard to break through. As long as he could enter the Soaring Heaven Mansion, all the dangers would be resolved. End of chapter. Chapter 160. All right, I still have some personal matters to attend to. Don't go out for the next few days. Yi Xian said and left immediately. After leaving, Yi Xian quickly returned to the place where he was just now. At this time, there were still many people gathered in the open space. The well-dressed young man called Lin Zhirong was also there. Bastard, you still dare to come out? The well-dressed young man saw Yi Xian and immediately shouted. Trash, you don't have to provoke me. I won't do anything. Don't forget that I have something on you. Yi Xian looked at him and said coldly. Then why did you come out? Are you going to threaten me with this? The well-dressed young man asked in a questioning tone. He was really afraid that Yi Xian would report this matter and disqualify him. One must know that he was able to come to the Soaring Heaven Mansion this time because the Black Wind Empire's imperial family did not have any outstanding talents this year, so the quota was given to him. If he was kicked out, he might not be able to come back next year. Moreover, if he was blacklisted by the Soaring Heaven Mansion, It would be fine if he was the only one blacklisted. If the entire empire was blacklisted, then even if his father was the Grand Marshal, he would not be able to bear the consequences. Don't worry, I'm not as dirty as you. Yi Xian coldly snorted and suddenly jumped onto a wall. He took out a cold light sword from his bosom and said, "Everyone, I have a batch of mid-grade spirit artifacts here. Is there anyone who wants them?" As soon as these words came out, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. What? Middle-grade spiritual weapon? How is that possible? This guy is only from a low-level empire. How could he have a middle-grade spiritual weapon? But the aura of the sword in his hand does seem to be a middle-grade spiritual weapon. Let's go take a look. Immediately, people surrounded him. Is your sword really a middle-grade spiritual weapon? How much are you going to sell it for? A young man did not think much and asked directly. It's fate that we can meet here. This newly forged cold light sword is only selling for 500 low-grade crystal stones. Yi Xian said slowly. What? 500 low-grade crystal stones? There was a commotion. The price of a mid-grade spirit weapon was indeed around 500 low-grade spirit stones, but it had always been priceless. Middle-grade spirit artifacts usually appeared in high-rank empires, and every time they appeared, they would be snatched away by the local forces. As a result, it was very difficult for those low-level and mid-level empires to obtain a handful of them. If a middle-rank empire wanted to buy a middle-rank spirit weapon, they would have to spend thousands of low-rank spirit stones. Moreover, they would have to rely on their connections to buy it, so the cost would be no less than 3,000. But now, there was actually a middle-grade spirit weapon for sale at the lowest price. You can't be lying, right? You're just someone from a low-level empire. How could you have a mid-grade spirit artifact? Someone asked. Hee, so what if it's a low-level empire? Can't people from low-level empires have treasures? Yi Xian grinned and suddenly extended the sword hilt in front of him, saying, "Do you see this? This middle-grade spirit artifact was personally forged by me." The crowd burst into an uproar again. The person in front of them could actually forge a middle-grade spiritual weapon? Middle-grade spirit artifact forging master, how is that possible? There hasn't been a middle-grade spirit artifact forging master in our country. But that fatty did call him Yi Xian just now. Heavens, a middle-grade spirit artifact forging master is enough to promote a low-level empire to a mid-level empire. The onlookers looked at each other in disbelief. At this moment, the well-dressed youth, Lin Zhirong, suddenly walked over. It's fake, it's definitely fake. He must have carved the name later. Do you believe that? After his reminder, the onlookers' eyes lit up. It was indeed possible. It's up to you whether to believe it or not. Anyway, this is a middle-grade spirit artifact. Yi Xian was too lazy to explain and continued. I think everyone usually uses low-rank spirit artifacts. Everyone is here to participate in the examination. If you can obtain a middle-grade spirit artifact, then your chances of passing the examination will be much higher. Is there anyone who wants to buy it? The crowd was still hesitating. A middle-grade spirit artifact was not cheap, so they had to think carefully. I'm right here. If the middle-grade spirit artifact is fake, I'll commit suicide on the spot to apologize. To be honest, I only have 10 cold light swords, but there are nearly 100 of you, so it's first come, first served. Is there anyone who wants to be the first bird to stand out? Yi Xian's voice was very loud. Hey, the well-dressed youth suddenly snorted. In fact, there were already many people who wanted to buy it, but they were worried that Lin Zhirong would remember them after buying it. After all, except for Lin Zhirong and the other two, everyone present was from mid-level or low-level empires. At this moment, someone suddenly asked, I don't have so many crystals in my interspatial ring. Can I use other things to make up for it? Of course. Yi Xian said with a smile. Okay, then I'll give it a try. A young man walked out of the crowd, and then took out some crystals and the heaven and earth treasures he used for cultivation in front of so many people. Very good, the number is correct. Take it. Yi Xian directly took the things on the ground, and then threw the cold light sword over. Clang. The young man suddenly pulled out the cold light sword, and then slashed towards the sky. With the amplification of a mid-grade spiritual weapon, the attack was very fast, and it only disappeared after it was hundreds of meters away. It really is a mid-grade spiritual weapon. Good, this is great, huh? The young man was wild with joy. With a mid-grade spiritual weapon, his chances of passing the test were much higher. Everyone present was silent. They subconsciously swept their eyes around and found that many people were staring at them with wide eyes. At this moment, Yi Xian took out a similar cold light sword from the devouring space and said, "The second one, who wants it?" "I want it." "Me too." "Leave one for me." The crowd was in an uproar, and they all shouted, trying to buy one. "Ha, don't worry, I have 9 tokens here. Those who have the tokens can buy them in order. Let's go." Before Yi Xian finished speaking, 9 tokens flew out. The young men were stunned for a moment, and then quickly rushed out to fight for the tokens. "Number 1, I'm number 1. The crystal is here, give it to me." "Okay, take it." "I'm number 2. Here." Number 3 is here." In less than half a minute, Yi Xian sold 8 cold light swords. Where's the number 9 token?" Yi Xian asked in surprise. The people below looked at each other. None of them had gotten the number 9 token. The number 9 token was shattered by him. Suddenly, someone shouted. Then, everyone looked in the direction he was pointing, and finally landed on the well-dressed young man, Lin Zhirong. "So what if I broke it?" Lin Zhirong snorted. End of chapter. Chapter 161. Sigh, there are always dogs that bite people wherever you go. Brothers, I'm sorry. Since someone is causing trouble, I won't be selling the last middle-grade spiritual weapon for the time being. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he left in a hurry. Everyone present was stunned. Immediately, someone glared fiercely at Lin Zhirong. If it weren't for Lin Zhirong, they might have had a chance to buy it. Lin Zhirong realized that he had fallen into Yi Xian's trap. He blamed himself for being too careless and breaking a token. Now, he was hated by so many people. Damn bastard. If I, Lin Zhirong, don't kill you, I swear I'm not human. Yi Xian earned a total of 4,500 low-grade crystals from the 9 frostlight swords. Although there were some discrepancies, the difference was not big. On the way back, he devoured all of these items. Ding! Host has broken through to the middle stage of the true energy realm. His devouring points had finally exceeded 1,000,000. Lin Zhirong was also at the middle stage of the true energy realm. Even if Yi Xian did not break through, he could easily kill him. Now that he had broken through, he was like a fish in water. He estimated that he might be able to kill a peak stage true energy realm cultivator like a chicken. Other than possessing a spiritual weapon, people from a high-rank empire might also possess a middle-grade spiritual martial art. I can't be careless. In the test 3 days later, Lin Zhirong might make a move on me. But if I find the chance, I'll explode his head. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I'll pay them back tenfold. After returning to the house, Yi Xian immediately set up a spirit-gathering array. He estimated that Zhao Pan and Xianxia had a 90% chance of breaking through in 3 days. At the same time, he spent tens of thousands of devouring points to buy one. It was a blueprint for a middle-grade spiritual weapon called the Sky Silkworm's Snow Silken Hands. Now, other than using a bow and sword, he would occasionally use his fists. Therefore, he needed a pair of middle-grade spiritual weapon gloves. Everything was ready. Only one thing was missing. In these 3 days, many people came to this area. It was estimated that there were at least 500 people. Not only that, even people from the Great Tang Dynasty came. Moreover, the 3 people who came were all in the true profound realm, which was extremely terrifying. It was said that all 3 of them had achieved the intermediate excellent grade in the innate talent test, and one of them was even stronger than Yi Xian. Even if they didn't take the test, they could still enter the manor of hell directly. This person was called Tang Tian, the crown prince of the Great Tang Dynasty. After 3 days of cultivation, Zhao Pan and Xianxia finally broke through to the true element boundary, catching up with the rest of the group. On the morning of the 4th day, many soaring sky rocks flew over this area. Everyone, gather at the square. A loud and clear voice resounded in everyone's ears. They were all stunned for a moment before they quickly left the mansion and headed towards the plaza. At this moment, 10 soaring sky rocks had already landed in the square. In less than a minute, all the people in this area had arrived at the plaza. Subsequently, an old man on the soaring firmament rock loudly said, "The soaring firmament mansion's examination is about to begin. Everyone, mount the soaring firmament rock and head to the examination grounds." After he finished speaking, someone directly jumped onto the soaring sky rock. This soaring sky rock was even bigger than an airplane, so it wouldn't be a problem for 50 people to stand on its back. Xian and the other two also directly jumped on, but just as they landed, a cold snort floated over. Enemies truly meet on a narrow road. Xian narrowed his eyes and looked. Wasn't the person standing in front of them the one who had a grudge with them, Lin Zhirong? "Do you want to die? Don't be in such a hurry," Xian calmly said. Lin Zhirong's eyes lit up as he said, "I'll give you a chance. If you kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times, I might spare your lives." "Idiot." Xian rolled his eyes and directly led Zhao Pan and Jiang Xian to the center. Although the soaring sky rock's back was large, if it was blown away by the wind, then they would definitely die. Looking at the backs of Xian and the other two leaving, Lin Zhirong clenched his fists and muttered, "You guys will definitely die miserably." Very quickly, several hundred people all climbed onto the back of the soaring sky rock. "Take off," the old man in the lead shouted. 10 soaring sky rock began to flap their large wings and soar into the air, flying in a certain direction. By now, Xian also understood that these soaring sky rock were all true darkness realm spiritual beasts. Their flying speed was extremely fast and could travel 100,000 miles in a day. However, these soaring sky rocks still flew for a full half an hour before stopping at the entrance of a large valley. After arriving, the several hundred people followed the instructions of the old man in the lead and landed on the ground. Then the old man began his long speech. "Let me first introduce myself. I am Yang Tai, an elder of the Soaring Sky Mansion. Today, I will be the chief examiner of the Great Tang Dynasty camp. Your Great Tang Dynasty has a total of 573 people, and your opponent is the Great Zhou Dynasty. Now, listen carefully. There are 2 entrances in this valley. The Great Zhou Dynasty is at the other entrance. At the same time, there is a large river in the middle of this valley. This is the dividing line. What you have to do is to pass through the large river and destroy the pagoda suppressing stones in the 5 sentry towers of the other party within a month. Whichever side's 5 pagoda suppressing stones are destroyed will be the side that loses. If there is no winner after a month, we will decide the winner based on the number of pagoda suppressing stones left. If there is a tie, we will decide based on the number of survivors. If there is a tie, we will decide again. Every pagoda suppressing stone is set up with a formation. It cannot be stored in an interspatial ring and cannot be moved." After the old man finished speaking, he took out a large package from his interspatial ring and threw it on the ground. These are the identity tokens of the Great Tang Dynasty camp. Every token is set up with a formation and cannot be stored in an interspatial ring. As long as you carry it with you, you will be able to sense the people around you. Then, an envoy of the Soaring Sky Mansion jumped to the ground and quickly distributed the tokens. At this moment, a ray of light suddenly flashed in the horizon. When the old man saw it, his face turned solemn. He pointed in a few directions and said, "The Great Zhou Dynasty is ready. The 5 sentry towers of the Great Tang Dynasty are in these directions. Let's begin." After he finished speaking, he directly rode on the soaring sky rock and flew up, not even giving the people time to ask questions. The first battle of the Soaring Sky Mansion assessment had begun. After the old man left, a person immediately jumped onto a tree and said loudly, "Everyone, I am the Crown Prince of the Great Tang Dynasty, Tang Tian. This first battle is very important, so we can only win and not lose. Next, I will be the commander." Tang Tian was born in the royal family of the Great Tang Dynasty, so he was born with a domineering aura. Coupled with his true darkness realm cultivation, no one dared to oppose him. End of chapter. Chapter 162. Tang Tian looked around and continued. Just now, the elder said that if we want to win, we have to destroy the 5 sentry towers of the enemy. We have more than 500 people here, so we have to divide into 5 groups to guard the sentry towers. At the same time, we have to invade the enemy's territory and destroy the sentry towers. Everyone here from the high-ranked empires, please come out. With that, a few people walked out. There were a total of 9 empires in the Great Tang Dynasty camp, and 27 people walked out. 9 high-ranked empires, including the Great Tang Dynasty, there are exactly 10 of you. The 27 of you will be the commanders, and each of you will choose 50 people. After that, the Western Wei Empire, Qi Ping Empire. These 4 empires will follow me to cross the river. Tang Tian called out the names of the 4 empires at once. Including him, there were 250 people, almost half of the total. This, Your Highness, we can also choose to defend the 5 sentry towers without crossing the river. Suddenly, someone asked. This is one way, but what if the enemy gathers their experts and destroys our sentry towers one by one? So, we can't just defend, we have to attack. Tang Tian explained, and without waiting for the other party to speak, he continued, You 9 empires, start choosing your people, quickly. At this moment, Yi Xian and the other 2 standing in the middle of the crowd, their faces darkened. They did not expect Lin Zhirong to become a commander. Looks like he will definitely take this opportunity. Go, let's change places. Yi Xian said softly. Zhao Pan and Jiang Xian were not idiots, and quickly changed places. But at this moment, a voice suddenly shouted, Yi Xian, where are the 3 of you going? Hearing this voice, Yi Xian stopped in his tracks, but in the next moment, 3 figures appeared in front of them. It was Lin Zhirong and his 2 followers. Why, you want to choose the 3 of us? Yi Xian raised his head and looked at Lin Zhirong. Nonsense, 3 days ago, you were so arrogant in front of me, why, are you scared now? Lin Zhirong looked at Yi Xian with a smile. Hee, since you are so interested, of course I will accompany you. Yi Xian's eyes flashed with killing intent. With his strength, he could definitely kill Lin Zhirong, but there were so many people present, and Tang Tian who was at the true profound realm, he could not do it for the time being. Then the 3 of you, consider yourselves lucky to meet me, or else you would have to go to the front. Lin Zhirong laughed, then began to choose others. To bring Zhao Pan and Jiang Xian to the side. What should we do? Zhao Pan asked worriedly. It's all right, just now Tang Tian did not mention the Black Wind Empire, so we were stationed at the sentry tower. When we set off to find the sentry tower, I'll directly kill him and then we'll leave. Yi Xian said in a low voice. He is the commander appointed by Tang Tian, will he? Zhao Pan asked again. Don't worry, just watch me. Yi Xian snorted. The reason why he brought Zhao Pan and Jiang Xian away was not because he was afraid of Lin Zhirong, but because he had to consider the big picture. If the Great Tang Dynasty and Great Zhou Dynasty had the same sentry tower, then it would depend on the number of survivors. Perhaps, the 3 of them would be the key? But he did not expect Lin Zhirong to court death himself. Since that was the case, he would fulfill his wish. Very quickly, the 10 large groups were allocated, and each group had around 50 people. Very good, 4 of you will follow me to cross the river. The remaining 5 teams will look for the sentry tower and guard it well. Also, to prevent enemies from sneaking in, I have a few secret signals. First, Great Tang. Second, the word Great Tang. Third, a hand gesture. If anyone does not match, immediately kill them, do not hesitate. After Tang Tian finished speaking, he led the 5 teams and left in a straight line. Good, Bright Moon Empire, follow me. East Source Empire, follow me. After they left, the remaining few commanders also led their teams to look for the sentry tower. Black Wind Empire, follow me. Lin Zhirong said as he led the way. They were going to the first sentry tower. Yi Xian was surprised. Lin Zhirong turned around and left. Was he not afraid that they would escape? However, he was overthinking. It turned out that Lin Zhirong's 2 followers had already arrived behind him and were monitoring him. Zhao Pan, Jiang Xian, you 2 go in front of me. Yi Xian said softly. Since the two followers were at the back, it was best for him to bring up the rear. He was afraid that the two followers would suddenly attack and kill Zhao Pan and Xianxia. The 50 people from the Black Wind Empire also directly entered the forest, appearing to be a little disorderly. However, Lin Zhirong's two followers always followed behind Yi Xian, afraid that Yi Xian would escape. Yi Xian estimated that, as long as they found the sentry tower, Lin Zhirong would probably make a move on them. Therefore, Yi Xian was also planning in his heart when to get rid of these two people. When Lin Zhirong was selecting people, he was actually sizing them up. Among the 50 people, there were about 20 at the peak of the true spirit realm, 30 at the true energy realm, and only he and Lin Zhirong were at the middle stage of the true energy realm. Therefore, Yi Xian's strength was the strongest in this group. After about 20 minutes, they finally saw a towering stone tower in front of them. 2 minutes later, they arrived at the bottom of the stone tower. Black sun iron, it's actually made of black sun iron. Oh my god. What? It's black sun iron. One of the materials used to forge high-grade spirit artifacts? It's at least 100 meters tall. So much black sun iron piled up to form this stone tower, oh my god. It's said that black sun iron is extremely hard. Even experts at the peak of the true profound realm can't leave a mark on it. Everyone was shocked. The materials used to forge high-grade spirit artifacts were naturally expensive. Just this stone tower alone was equivalent to the wealth of a high-rank empire, or even several of them. Yi Xian was shocked as well. He walked up to the bottom of the stone tower and touched it. Devour, he said in his mind. Sorry, I can't devour it. It was the system's notification. Damn it, I don't know if it's because this stone tower is too big, or because there's a formation here. Yi Xian was really annoyed. The stone tower in front of him was comparable to a high-rank empire's stone tower, but sadly he couldn't devour it. He estimated that if he devoured this stone tower, he would be able to break through to the peak of the true profound realm, or even the divine core realm. But too bad he couldn't. I can't put the Tang Dynasty's identity medallion into my storage ring, and I can't even devour it. Looks like there's some kind of advanced formation here. I'll have to figure it out later. Yi Xian said in his mind. Alright, everyone, go up the tower. Right at this moment, Lin Zhirong suddenly said. The people below couldn't wait any longer. They all went up the tower, preparing to have a look at the top. End of chapter. Chapter 163. Yi Xian and the others were about to go up and take a look when Lin Zhirong suddenly said, Yi Xian, the three of you, come with me and take a look. As expected, the fox's tail was exposed. All right. Yi Xian smirked. He was still thinking about how to get rid of Lin Zhirong, but he didn't expect the other party to deliver himself to him. Zhao Pan and Xianxia exchanged glances before following behind Yi Xian. Lin Zhirong left with his two lackeys and Yi Xian and the others. They moved quickly and left the stone pagoda in the blink of an eye. Yi Xian, I, Lin Zhirong, have to admire you for your courage. Lin Zhirong suddenly stopped and turned around. Haha, I, Yi Xian, also have to admire you for your stupidity. Yi Xian mimicked his tone. Lin Zhirong was already confident that he had Yi Xian under control, so he was grinning from ear to ear. When he heard this, he laughed 3 times and asked, Why do you say that? If I were you, I would definitely use my authority to launch a group attack. But I didn't expect you to only bring the 2 of them. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. Lin Zhirong was at mid-stage true energy realm, and his lackeys were at early-stage true energy realm, just like the other 3. I don't know where you get your confidence from. How dare a lowly bastard from a low-level empire talk to me like that? Wei Jia, go and kill him. Lin Zhirong's smile suddenly disappeared. Following that, the small-eyed sidekick walked out. Although he was only at early-stage true energy realm, they came from a high-level empire and were born with a sense of superiority. They all thought that they could kill enemies with higher cultivation realms. Kid, let me see what you're capable of. Small Eyes' lackey unsheathed his long sword. Don't make a move. Yi Xian whispered before walking out as well. He discovered that the treasured sword of his lackey was still a mid-grade spirit artifact. A high-level empire was indeed a high-level empire. They were rich. Kill him. I still need to go back and command the formation. Lin Jirong smiled again. He was the son of the Grand Marshal of the Black Wind Empire. He had fought many battles with his father, so he naturally had some skill in this aspect. All right. Small Eye's sidekick didn't want to waste any more time. He immediately rushed forward. However, as soon as he took a step forward, a figure appeared in front of him. Then he felt a sharp pain in his chest. Kacha! A crisp sound rang out as a fist the size of a casserole landed directly on the left side of the lackey's left chest. Faintly, the roars of two demonic beasts could be heard. Spirit-level martial art, Tiger Wolf Roar. He didn't even have the time to use his second roar before his heart exploded. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell backwards. Yi Xian hastily snatched his treasured sword and Qian Kun ring, then took a big stride forward. Tiger and Wolf Roar. Kacha! The other follower also died tragically in an instant. From the beginning until now, only a second had passed. This scene happened so fast that Lin Jirong didn't even have time to react. Lin Jirong widened his eyes as he looked at his two followers who had turned into corpses. However, in the next moment he heard the roars of demonic beasts again. Pagoda hand. Lin Jirong didn't have time to take out his weapon. He directly slapped forward. In an instant, a giant red palm formed by true essence blasted towards Yi Xian. Feeling the sudden pressure in front of him, Yi Xian's eyes narrowed. Middle-grade spirit-level martial art? A high-rank empire was indeed a high-rank empire. In addition to having a mid-grade spirit weapon, they also had a mid-grade spirit-level martial art. However, this was also within Yi Xian's expectations. Lin Jirong used a mid-grade spirit-level martial art empty-handed. Although he only had a low-grade Tiger Wolf Roar, he was wearing a mid-grade spirit weapon, Sky Silkworm's Snow Silk Hands. Tiger Wolf Roar, second roar, break for me. Yi Xian didn't dodge in the slightest as he punched out again. When the two different true essences collided, a violent shockwave was produced. A nearby tree was directly blown apart. Even Zhao Pan, who used his true essence to protect himself, was almost blown away. The two true essences disappeared at almost the same time. Lin Jirong was a little stunned. He was just about to send out a second palm strike when countless blades entered his body. The third stage of the myriad flower sword. Pooh! 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 72 blades, without exception, pierced into Lin Jirong's body. However, these 72 rays of light all avoided the vital parts of the body. Lin Jirong immediately let out a miserable cry. The true essence that he had gathered dissipated. Now, you should know why I called you an idiot, right? Yi Xian walked to Lin Jirong's side. Impossible, how do you have such strength? Lin Jirong gritted his teeth and said in disbelief. The current him couldn't even move a finger. I wanted to let you live a little longer, but I didn't expect you to court death yourself. Yi Xian didn't answer his question and directly took off his interspatial ring. After checking it, he continued to ask, what you used just now was a mid-grade spirit-level martial art, right? So what if it was? Now, I'll give you a chance to live. Tell me the mid-grade spirit-level martial art, and I won't kill you. How about it? Yi Xian revealed a cunning expression. A mid-grade spirit-level martial art was worth tens of millions of martial arts. He estimated that the palm strike just now was worth at least 1,000,000 points. If he could get it, then he could save a lot of Devourer points. You think I'll believe you? Lin Jirong wouldn't be fooled. You're the son of the Black Wind Empire's Grand Marshal. If I kill you, there will be a lot of trouble. Moreover, after entering the Soaring Heaven Mansion, will there be any lack of mid-grade spirit-level martial arts? I'm giving you a chance, don't waste it. Yi Xian's face suddenly turned cold. Although a mid-grade spirit-level martial art was precious, was it more important than his life? Although Lin Jirong was not afraid of death, he didn't want to die like this. Are you sure you'll let me go? Lin Jirong was a little shaken. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly took out a bottle of healing medicine and began to treat Lin Jirong's injuries. At the same time, he said, I, Yi Xian, am a man of my word. If I say I won't kill you, then I won't kill you. This mid-grade spirit-level martial art, Buddha hand, was precious, but his life was even more precious. At this time, he was desperate, so he opened his mouth and recited the chant of this martial art. He knew that if he didn't say it, Yi Xian would definitely kill him. Very good, I'll remember it. Now that Yi Xian was a middle-stage true energy realm martial artist, his memory had improved a lot, so he memorized the chant in one go. Ding, you have successfully recorded the mid-grade spirit level martial art, Buddha hand. Learning requires 150,000 Devourer points. Do you want to learn it? End of chapter.